2-minute warning.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can confirm you are live streaming.
One-minute warning for members of council. Okay, good evening, everyone, and welcome to tonight's City Council meeting on June 20th. Beginning March 1st, 2022, the City of Kitchener has aligned with provincial changes to COVID-19 restrictions, and City Hall is now open for in-person services, but appointments are still being encouraged. The city remains committed to the safety of our patrons and staff and continues to facilitate electronic meeting participation for members of the public. Those people interested in participating in future meetings can register to participate electronically by completing the online delegation registration form at www.kitchener.ca/delegation or via email at delegation@kitchener.ca. For those who are interested in accessing the meeting live stream video, it's available at www.kitchener.ca/watchnow. For any members of the public who did share input with us in writing ahead of the meeting, that input has been shared with members of council and will form part of the official public record of this evening's meeting. As we begin this evening's meeting, I would like to begin it with our traditional land acknowledgement, and that is that this evening we're gathering on the traditional territory of the Neutral, Anishinaabe, and Haudenosaunee peoples. We recognize our responsibility to serve as stewards for the land and honor the original caretakers who came before us. Our community is enriched by the enduring knowledge and deep-rooted traditions of the diverse First Nations, Métis, and Inuit in Kitchener today. I'd also like to acknowledge that tomorrow is National Indigenous Peoples Day, a day for all Canadians to recognize and celebrate the unique heritage, diverse cultures, and outstanding contributions of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. As mentioned, Kitchener sits on the traditional territories of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Neutral peoples. Each group has their own unique culture, languages, and traditions. Today and every day, it's important for us to recognize and celebrate the diversity of Indigenous groups across the world and at home. At the City of Kitchener, staff and council are committed to continue deepening our understanding of the history and current reality of Indigenous peoples and addressing long-standing systemic anti-Indigenous racism that exists in our community and in our organization. We know we have a long way to go. The work of reconciliation is complex, uncomfortable, and requires critical reflection on how power is distributed in our organizations and institutions. The journey of reconciliation at the city includes developing relationships and engaging with Indigenous communities and organizations providing Indigenous competency training for staff, and finding opportunities to explore cultural ceremony and celebration. More recently, the city welcomed a senior Indigenous advisor who plays a key role in advancing initiatives that are Indigenous-centered, removing barriers to municipal spaces and services, addressing anti-Indigenous racism, and developing and maintaining relationships with local Indigenous communities. Reconciliation also means approaching things differently, from how we plan our parks and open spaces, to who we support with grant money, to making decisions about our street and place names. Recently, the city provided a Love My Hood matching grant to a group of Kitchener residents, including Indigenous community members and allies, to install a crosswalk in Victoria Park to honor the Every Child Matters movement. I encourage all Kitchener residents to recognize National Indigenous Peoples Day tomorrow by learning about the history of Indigenous peoples, including the devastating truth about the residential school system. You're also encouraged to attend local events, support an Indigenous business or artist, or donate to a local Indigenous organization. I'd now like to invite everyone, and those who are able, to stand for the singing of our national anthem, O Canada, and I'd ask members of council to turn off their video so we don't have any awkward video shots. Thank you.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you very much, members of council, and thank you to KW Glee, who provided us with that version of O Canada. They originally recorded it for our Canada Day celebration on July 1st in 2020, the first Canada Day after the pandemic was declared. And that version has now become the official version that we use at all of our city council meetings. Colleagues, this evening, before we begin the meeting, I would like to begin this evening's meeting by remembering a long-standing member of Kitchener City Council, Councillor Christina Wiley, who served our community for more than 26 years between 1984 and 2010. Christina sadly passed away on April 20th, 2022. Christina was first elected to the City of Kitchener Council during a by-election on February 6, 1984. She served for 26 years, over 9 consecutive terms of council, retiring on November 30th, 2010. Councillor Wiley cared deeply about ensuring her constituent concerns were heard and believed it was vital to knock on every door in her ward every election to ensure she was able to directly connect with the people in her ward to hear their views and concerns. She was instrumental in developing the Belmont Village concept while working closely with small business owners and city staff. And she worked with the Victoria Hills Neighborhood Association and advocated for the creation and construction of the Victoria Hills Community Center. One of the things that's most memorable about Christine for many in the community is that she was actively engaged with the development of one of the city's first community gardens on a vacant lot on Victoria Street. She contacted the owner to arrange for the use of this land and arranged with the city to provide water for the irrigation of the gardens. As a city councillor, she chaired numerous committees, including Development and Technical Services, Property Standards, Heritage Kitchener, and the Environmental Committee, which she helped set up and chair. She supported future planning decisions that the people of the municipality continue to benefit from today, including downtown redevelopment, the business improvement associations, improved transit, and a $110 million economic development investment fund. Outside of council, Christine was also very involved in the community. She was one of the founding members of the Confederation Club in Kitchener. She was president at different points in time of both the federal and provincial progressive conservative parties in Kitchener. She was Oktoberfest Woman of the Year in 1988 for her community involvement. In 2012, she was recognized by Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II with the Queen's Diamond Jubilee Medal. And on December 17, 2010, she was the recipient of a 25-year long-standing service award from the province of Ontario, presented by the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. The visitation for Councillor Wiley is being held this evening from 7 to 9 p.m. and again from 4 to 7 p.m. tomorrow at the Urban Good Family Funeral Home at 171 King Street South in Waterloo. Suggested charities for any donations are the Canadian Cancer Society and the Brain Tumor Foundation of Canada. The celebration of Councillor Wiley's life and memorial will be held at 11 a.m. on Wednesday, the 22nd of June at St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church, 54 Queen Street North, entrance via Queen Street. And with an abundance of caution, St. Andrew's does require the wearing of masks at a service. The service will also be live streamed, and people are encouraged to visit www.standrewskw.com and click on the live streaming tab on the right-hand side. Finally, the flags will be lowered on Wednesday at City Hall in Councillor Wiley's memory. I would now ask that we take a moment of silence to bow our heads and remember Councillor Wiley. Thank you very much. May she rest in peace. We'll now move to item number 2 on the agenda, minutes for approval. On motion by Councillor Gazzola, the minutes of the regular meeting held May 30th, 2022, and the special meetings held May 9th and 16th, as mailed to the mayor and councillors, be accepted. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? We have a couple. Okay, Councillor Ioannidis.
Thanks, Mayor Verbanovic. Yeah, I want to declare a conflict on the last paragraph dealing with on item 7.3.c, which is due to my employment for a nonprofit for affordable housing.
Okay, I will endeavor to make sure we deal with that one separately. If over the course of a busy evening I forget, please remind me when the time comes. Councillor Michaud.
Yes, I too as well would like to declare conflict on that item 7.3c, as I work for a nonprofit organization as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Marsh.
I'd like to declare a conflict on the planning item regarding the Victoria End Park proposed development, because my family owns property within a short distance of that location.
Okay, thank you. I don't see Councillor Singh, hold on, we'll move you to a panelist. Councillor Singh, 1 second. Where'd you go? You've disappeared. 1 second.
He's on the panelist side, Mr.
Oh,
Mayor.
okay, thank you, Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Also, I had a conflict as well. It's in the planning matters for item 75C, as well as 75D. Both those properties are very close proximity to real estate that's owned either by myself or my immediate family.
Okay, thank you. I will endeavor to deal with those separately. Thank you. Okay, so with that then, we'll move on to presentations. We do have a presentation from the Children and Youth Planning Table, but before we begin that, I would like to introduce and welcome our summer intern, and I would invite Brianna to turn her screen on. The City of Kitchener is currently participating in the Bloomberg Harvard City Leadership Initiative, and we had the opportunity to have a summer intern who's working with us. That is a master's student at Harvard, and is able to work with us on an issue of community concern. Brianna is a Master of Public Health candidate with the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health in Massachusetts and Pawtucket Land. She's working on Project Empathy Kitchener, which stands for Empowered, Thriving, and Happy Youth, as part of her fellowship. The goal of this project is to craft an equitable, collaborative strategy to address the social determinants of youth mental health in the City of Kitchener, particularly as we come out of the pandemic. Brianna, on behalf of Council, we'd like to welcome you to the community, and look forward to engaging with you over, I think, a total of about 10 weeks that you're with us. We understand that you've found a nice place to live in the central part of the city, and hopefully you've already enjoyed and will continue to enjoy not only the hospitality of the community, but all the great events and festivals that are going on. I don't know if you want to add anything or.
No, I just wanted to say thank you so much. It's an honor to be here. I'm very excited about the work we've already started doing. I'm very passionate about this topic, and I'm more than happy to lend my work to the awesome work that's already been done in this city. And I look forward to connecting further, hopefully with more of you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And again, welcome to the community.
Thank
And
you.
we thought this was a logical place to welcome Brianna as we get a report from the Children and Youth Planning Table on a youth impact report. And Lori Palubeski is our regular staff person that engages with the planning table, and she's here. But the presentation will be made by Barb Cardo and Allison Pearson from the region of Waterloo. Welcome, ladies, and I know you have we'll need about 10 minutes to make your presentation. So with that, I will turn it over to, I'm not sure who's starting it.
Hi, yeah, it's Allison Pearson here. I'm actually solo tonight.
Okay.
Yes, we ended up being a solo show tonight, but I'm so happy to join you, and I'm so happy if there's 10 minutes allowed for this sharing, because we've got some great information, and thank you so much for sharing the slides on your screen. If I haven't had a chance to meet you before, my name is Allison Pearson, and I'm the manager with the Children and Youth Planning Table. And if we go to the next slide, I'll just say a couple of words about the Children and Youth Planning Table to help orient you. So the CYPT is a pan-regional collective that is over 60 voting member organizations that all come together under the vision of happy, healthy children and youth. Hopefully, as you're looking at that screen, you might notice a couple of familiar organizations. City of Kitchener, of course, is one. And we are in the next slide. When we talk about the people that are around this table, we've got about 750 adults that come together, and we have just over 300 young people, all talking and all focused about impacting child and youth well-being. And as we move to the next slide, I'll unpack that term a little bit here. What are we talking about when we're talking about child and youth well-being? Well, for us at the CYPT, it's centered around these 9 domains of well-being. And at the core or at the foundation of it is this aspect of belonging. Belonging is about who you are and about being accepted. It's about equity, relationships, and connecting to others. And it's also about feeling like your voice matters. Members of the CYPT have really come to view belonging as foundational to well-being for young people. And when good things tend to go well with belonging, we tend to see good outcomes in other spaces. So if I can move to the next slide then. Hopefully you are all well aware of something called the Youth Impact Survey. This was the survey that we deployed the last 2 years in our community. And it's a chance to hear firsthand from young people about these 9 different domains of well-being. In 2021, we heard from over 1,000 young people across the community, and we've started to release that information out to share the voices of young people that were able to participate. And as we go to the next slide, we're going to be talking tonight about Kitchener data in particular, but I do want to draw your attention to the broad trends. So when we look at all 1,000 young people, we do see a bit of a bright spot in the area of we are protected, in that the cases of bullying are a bit improved in the 2021 data compared to 2020. But at the same time, we've got 5 other areas where the trends are headed in a concerning direction. So please do keep that in mind. As we're talking about Kitchener data, know that in general, young people across the community, we have some concerning information about their well-being. So next slide, please. So as mentioned, we're going to have a chance here to just touch on a bit of specific data from young people in Kitchener. Normally, we would have Adan with us, and Adan is one of our youth connectors. She unfortunately isn't well and isn't able to join us tonight. So I will try my best to serve her content well. But when we were hearing from young people, as I mentioned, we had over 1,000 voices that we had a chance to hear. 290 were from Kitchener, which is about a third of the participants. And here you have a quote from one young person in Kitchener sharing that there are many times they felt they had something to say regarding an issue in their community or a way to help, but they didn't know how. If you haven't had a chance to see any of the data from from the surveys, we'll make sure you have a link afterwards, but let's touch on just a few points right now. So next slide, please. And it's about our sense of belonging data. So belonging, as you just heard me say, is a really key aspect of well-being that we're interested in. And what you can see from the Kitchener data is Kitchener respondents are pretty much in line with the overall average, where about 2/3 of young people feel a strong sense of belonging to their community. However, I want you to keep in mind that for about 1 in 3, they are reporting a weaker sense of belonging in Kitchener. The next slide here, which ties in exciting ways to Brianna and the opportunity through this Harvard Fellowship, is about self-assessed mental health. You can see across the board in all communities, this is a high area of concern. In Kitchener, you're probably noticing right now that we've got about 1 in 2 young people who were part of the survey that were assessing their mental health as negative. Next slide, please. This is a question on the survey that's about hidden homelessness. So examples of maybe having to live in your car or with a friend. And in Kitchener, we can see that about 1 in 10 participants have experienced housing insecurity. Keep in mind also that this is data from May of 2021. And so it does not take into account the rising costs of living that we've seen, particularly over the last few months. So we know from partners that there are continued pressures related to housing and housing needs. So know that this number could in fact be higher at this point. Next slide, please. This is a question about having opportunities to enjoy nature. in your neighborhood. So what we can see here for Kitchener young people who were part of the survey, about 2 in 3 agreed that there are plenty of opportunities to enjoy nature in their neighborhood. And at the same time, when we move to the next slide, and this is about responsibility for helping to protect the natural environment, we see that almost 3 out of 4 Kitchener youth agreed they felt a personal responsibility to help protect the natural environment. And the last slide I'll share with you here, if we can move to the last one here, is about recreation and cultural facilities and ease of access. So for young people in Kitchener who participated in the survey, about half agreed that the facilities are easy for them to get to, but the other half did not feel the same. So moving along here to the next slide is, it's a call from some of the young people in the survey to be actively making use of this information. It's so exciting that we've had a chance to hear these voices, and I've really appreciated the chance to bring forward some of the insights from young people. But it's critical for all of us to think about how we grasp what young people are struggling with and how we can work as a community to make things better. And so on this last slide here are specific calls to action that I'll leave you with. So we're really hoping that this source of data will become a key source of information for you in your decision making. Encouraging you to think about how the voices of young people can be heard more regularly at City of Kitchener. And a piece of work that we're now involved in is compiling something called a community action report. So we've been talking with young people across the community about this data and about ways that we could identify meaningful action for change. And so as that report comes together, excited and hopeful that City of Kitchener will be alongside and helping to implement some of the suggested actions from young people. So thank you so much, and happy to take any questions you might have.
Thanks. Thanks so much for joining us tonight, Allison, and sharing the presentation. It's the second time I've seen it, and certainly I think it's gathered a lot of really valuable data that will not only help inform the work that you do at the region, but inform the work that Lori and our community services team do here at the city, together with our neighborhood associations and other community partners, as well as the project we've embarked on for the summer now. There are some questions. Councillor Johnson, you're first.
Thank you, Mayor Verbanovic, and thank you, Allison or Miss Pearson, for being here tonight, and thank you, Miss Palubeski as well. This is really great information, and this is the type of thing that really helps us to make better decisions, is to have the data here. And what I find most interesting was the final comment that was on there about don't just look at this information, but actually do something with it. And so that coming from a young person makes me feel so excited that they realize that sometimes we take data and it can sit on a shelf and we don't really look and do anything with it. One of the things I'm wondering about is if we, if part of this, did we also look at the, and it might be way too soon to have done this, the new data from the Waterloo Region District School Board that they've recently done, where students were able to self-identify who they were, which is really exciting as well. And I think that maybe taking the information that you have and then using the lens of who people are might be really helpful as well as you look to put an action plan in place. Is this, I know it's brand new, this information I think is just a week old from there, but I don't know if it's something you've considered.
Thank you so much for the question and for flagging the connection with that. Also, another very important data set for us as a community. We are in the midst of disaggregating the Youth Impact Survey, and each month we're releasing a different snapshot report. So the first one we released was geographic, and so that's some of the data we looked at tonight that teases apart where young people live. The second one we released was on age. So this is a survey that looked at input from 9 to 18-year-olds. So we have a snapshot report now that is, again, looking at 3 different subgroups, young to old, of young people. We have also released our third snapshot, which was on gender identity. So that was in June. And so that looks at those who identified as boy, those who identified as girl, and those who identified as a gender other than boy or girl. And we're particularly seeing a lot of stark differences in that data set. So we'll be releasing a total of 8 of these snapshot reports. And yeah, likewise, very interested and excited that we have the sort of response numbers that allow us to more accurately helps tell those stories of some young people in our community.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we can look at a few of those different data sets and maybe see how they can be put together, and that will help inform those decisions even more. So thank you so much again. I'm excited to see more of those reports. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Councillor Johnson. Next up, we have Councillor Michaud.
Thank you, Mr. Verban and Mayor Verbanovic, and thank you, Ms. Pearson and Ms. Pilibuski. It was very informative presentation. I just have one question. The part about the sense of belonging and the decline in that, did you attribute that to COVID at all? Like, did you any of these findings, do you kind of bring COVID into this and think maybe part of that is because of the pandemic? Or
Thank you so much for the question. Wouldn't it be lovely if we had a pre-pandemic data set that was exactly this same tool? Unfortunately, we do not. What we do have, though, on that sense of belonging question in particular is a previous way that was asked in our community. That question was asked on a different tool in 2018, I believe. So we do know that the sense of belonging numbers are 20 percentage points off of what they were pre-pandemic. So there could be a lot of connection with COVID, especially as the numbers of the 2020 data and the 2021 have remained stable. So it dropped 20 percentage points in 2020, and it remained at that same level in 2021. Virtually no change between those two.
okay, thanks. And the other part, the 1 in 10 people living in their car is it's very telling of where we're at with the homelessness right now, and specifically with kids and children. It's pretty alarming. So thank you for your presentation. It's very helpful. Thanks.
Yep.
Thanks, Councillor Michaud. Councillor Ioannidis, you're up next.
Thanks, Mayor Verbanovic, and thanks. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Allison, and thanks, Lorianne, for the presentation. It's, to me, it's not really a surprise to seeing where that data is coming out of COVID and seeing all the reactions that are going around schools these days in the news, and I'm glad that there's some quantitative data for this, and because I feel like we as a city need to do more to promote youth events and get our teens out there, our youth out there, to get them feeling better again and to give them that sense of belonging. So I think that's really great that there's some data now. I guess one of my questions would be, when you collected your data, in particular for the municipalities, was there geographical locations where the data came from?
So specific like neighborhoods, do you mean?
Yes.
So we in our promotion of the survey, it went out through various channels in various organizations, various social media streams, and then we had 3 young people in a youth connector roles, and they did a whole lot to push it out into the community. Now, we do have a question on the survey that asks for postal code, and in the future, if we hope to do this survey again in 2023. The more our numbers go up, the more we can responsibly disaggregate at a neighborhood level. So we can't do it with this sample size, but we can do it at as you've seen, the municipal level.
Okay, I think that would be really great data, because that would give us a little more ammunition on what areas we need to target and specifically provide more support. But anyways, thank you for your presentation.
Welcome.
Wonderful. Thank you, Councillor Ioannidis. And Alison, that looks like those are all the questions we have. Just want to, again, thank you for coming in this evening and for sharing a really informative presentation with us. And we look forward to using that data and continuing to work with you and other system partners to serve the young people in our community.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now move into delegations. Before we begin delegations, I would like to remind council of, well, first of all, inform council that there's approximately 20 delegations this evening in terms of all of the items. So just for folks to keep that in mind as we work through the agenda items tonight. I'd like to remind all delegations of some guidelines for participation. First of all, delegations have 5 minutes to make their presentation. You'll be made a panelist prior to your name being called. Once you've joined the meeting as a panelist, you'll have access to your microphone and camera. Please leave your video camera turned off and your microphone audio muted until you're called upon to speak. If you conduct yourself in any of the following manners, it'll result in an immediate removal from the meeting, interrupting councillors or the mayor or council staff or other delegations, derogatory statements about the mayor or council staff or others, turning your camera on at inappropriate times, or hate speech or defamatory comments. One last reminder for delegations, please don't take offense if following your presentation there's no questions for council. This is council's time to really listen and reflect upon the opinions and ideas shared with us from our community members. Lastly, I know there are some delegations who are reappearing this evening, and we want to remind any delegations who did speak at committee that any information being shared this evening should be new information. So with that, our first delegation is actually with respect to notice of motion 6.1, which is free public transportation on election days, listed as item 9.2. Before we hear from the delegation, Councillor Ioannidis, can I ask you to introduce your notice of motion? Yeah, you're muted, Councillor Ioannidis.
Just give me a second to find that. Where.
If we can ask the clerk to put it on the screen.
Okay, that'd be great. Okay, so the motion that is put forward is, whereas there has been an overall and consistent decline in voter turnout for municipal and provincial and federal elections in Canada and in Waterloo region, despite the act of voting being essential to the proper functioning of the democratic process, and whereas many residents struggle to access transportation polling stations on election days due to a lack of transportation available, physical mobility or accessibility issues, and or social and economic status. And whereas any initiative to boost attention and incentives to vote on election day warrants attention and exploration in order to assist the democratic process and increase voter turnout. And whereas the region of Waterloo has a vested interest in increasing voter engagement in the municipal election, and whereas in the past, the region of Waterloo has provided free transit for events with regional significance, such as Oktoberfest and New Year's Eve. Therefore, be it resolved that correspondence be sent to the region of Waterloo on behalf of Kitchener Council to request free public transportation on election day for municipal and school board election, as well as for provincial and federal election days, so as to generate more attention about elections and polling station locations, and to encourage and make it possible for more residents to vote that would otherwise be unable to access their polling stations.
Okay, thank you. Is there a seconder for that? Motion?
It's seconded by Councillor Davey.
Councillor Davey, okay, thank you. So I will now go to delegations, and we have Sana Banu, the president of the Conestoga Students Incorporated, who is here to speak to this item. Welcome, Sana.
Thank you, Mayor Burnett. Good evening, everyone. My name is Sana Banu, and I'm the president of Conestoga Students Incorporated, or CSI for short. CSI is the official student association of Conestoga College, and we represent over 23,000 students, including those who attend our Doon and downtown Kitchener campuses and live and work within the Kitchener community. As part of our advocacy efforts, we focus on ensuring accountability, affordability, equity, and sustainability in the student experience. This focus has brought me here today to share our students' support for Councillor Ioannidis' motion to request the region of Waterloo to consider providing free public transportation services through the Grand River Transit on future election days. Local democracies are elevated by strong supports that enhance the ability for people to participate in the democratic process. The right to vote is a fundamental component of the democratic process. Yet, for many citizens across Canada and right here in the Waterloo region, transportation remains a prominent barrier to exercising this fundamental right to vote. You may wonder why our organization cares so deeply about access to transportation. It is the feedback we hear from our students about their ongoing struggles that motivates us to be here today. Through consultations with our student members, we've learned that 81% of Conestoga students self-reported their incomes below the poverty line or annually $20,000 annually. In addition, 35% of students were unemployed and actively seeking employment in our local communities. Students in these scenarios are often forced to choose between paying an additional transit fare to cast a vote or saving their limited financial resources for essentials such as food, housing, or education. Artificial barriers like access to transit constrains the diversity and breadth of viewpoints expressed through the ballot, including the historically lower youth turnout during elections. In 2021 federal elections, we saw a slight drop in voter turnout compared to the 2019 federal elections. Not only was there a drop in the youth age group, but almost every age group saw a lower voter turnout. And most recently, we saw the lowest voter turnout for the provincial election in the region since 1990. This demonstrates the need for additional supports to be introduced to encourage civic engagement. By providing free access to public transit services on election day, we can collectively eliminate this unnecessary barrier to voting, which disproportionately affects youth, racial and cultural minorities, persons with disabilities, and other communities within our region. To ensure the voting process is made as simple as possible and encourage equitable access to all citizens, not just students we represent, we support this motion and we ask you to support this motion to request the region of Waterloo to consider providing free public transit services on election days to improve accessibility to polling locations and demonstrate the City of Kitchener's commitment to a strong democratic process.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation, Sana. Are there any questions? Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick question. Thank you for coming, and I think what you're proposing is great. Have you reached out to the region, and how did they respond to this request?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Chapman. We've been contacted by the City of Cambridge, which passed a similar motion, and so did the City of Waterloo. We haven't had an opportunity to reach out to the region of Waterloo directly. We have sent a delegation to them, haven't heard back from them yet.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Sana. You actually have an opportunity to make sure that your voice is being heard by at least one of the regional councillors. So I'm sure Mayor Vanovic will, take the feedback given in this meeting, and the items that you proposed and laid out, the inequity for the student population to participate in a fair way of the democratic process is absolutely real. And whatever barriers there are, if you can help to eliminate or lessen, that's, I think, absolutely our responsibility, or the very least. I compliment Councillor Ioannidis in advocating for those options. A quick question for you. Is there a polling station within Conestoga College? at least for the municipal election coming up, or we just had the provincial election? Was there a polling station within Conestoga College for the?
There was, yeah. Thank you for your question. There wasn't a polling station, on-campus polling stations. We were delayed in getting that on-campus polling station. And this was not possible for this provincial elections. However, we are advocating for a polling station closer to campus or on campus for the upcoming municipal elections.
Thank you. I think this is a good opportunity, especially for us to address that. And Mr. Mayor, would you allow a question of perhaps our clerk's department to see if there are any barriers or to have a polling station in the campus, or if that's being proposed already?
Let's just finish with Sana, and I'll come to you next, Councillor Singh, on that.
Okay. Again, Sana, thank you for your advocacy. I know you've done it with the other cities as well. You've spoken in the past. You speak very eloquently. I appreciate your advocacy and ongoing efforts as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your kind comments.
Thanks, Councillor Singh. And Sana, that appears to be all of the questions. Thanks again for coming in this evening, and for all the great work you're doing at Conestoga. It's very much appreciated.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening, everyone.
You too. Thanks, Sana. Councillor Singh, I'll maybe ask Ms. Fusco if she can speak to your question.
Thank you.
Through the mayor to Councillor Singh. So I can confirm that we do have a location at the Dune Valley Golf Course, which is in close proximity to Conestoga College, but we do not have a location within the college itself.
Okay. Was there any barriers that we've encountered to have it at the campus as opposed to the golf course?
There's no barriers to speak of. We did have engagement with the Conestoga College. We currently are just looking at the total electorate population within that ward, and felt as though the Dune Valley Golf Course would serve the needs of the college as well as the surrounding neighborhoods.
Okay, all right. Mr. Mayor, perhaps we could just leave it with staff, at the very least, the request to further consider. I appreciate that is an added cost, and perhaps it's a little more inconvenient or a hurdle for the general population to go into the campus, but at the very least, to the inclusivity of the student population to have the polling station there. Again, it's difficult to engage them, period, at a very young age in democracy. So the very least, if you can have it right in front of their face, at least we're making an effort, even though it may be at a cost, but I think it's a justified cost. So if you can leave it with staff, I don't think an amendment's required, but Ms. Fusco, at the very least, if you can follow up with council and to see if that's a feasibility and consideration that's been adopted. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Councillor Singh. And that is the appropriate way we can ask staff to take a look at it, but particularly when it comes to elections, it's really the call of the clerk. But certainly they can take that under advisement and let us know and let the community know in general what they've decided. So Councillor Ioannidis's motion has been moved and seconded. Any comments? Councillor Ioannidis?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Urbanic. I'll just be really brief. And I think the motions ties in with the previous presentation and dealing with youth in general. And I think this was, you know, Sana had approached me and about bringing this forward to council, and you know, I was really impressed with her knowledge and advocacy and wanting to see this move through in our community. So I was very happy to put this forward on her behalf as well. So I think more than ever, we need to remove all the barriers to help all residents get out to vote, and as noted in the whereases, but is for the sake of democracy. And I know Cambridge and Waterloo has also passed similar motions, but I encourage you, Mr. Mayor, and Regional Council to place this item on a regional committee agenda to at least have the debate.
Thanks, Councillor Ioannidis, and certainly happy to take it forward. I will note, and happy to support it, I will just note one thing that's different than both Oktoberfest and New Year's Eve. My understanding, I believe, is that both of those were funded by a sponsor, Whereas obviously that wouldn't be the case in this particular, well, I mean, I guess it could be, but I doubt a brewery would come forward and sponsor it like they do those other two events. So I just note that for council's consideration as we deal with this. So it has been moved by Councillor Hernandez, seconded by Councillor Davey. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll now move on to item 6.2, which is listed as item 7.2.b in the agenda, and it's Queen Victoria statue consideration for next steps. And we have one delegation on this item, and it's Barb Van Dam. Just looking. Oh, there we go.
Hello,
Oh, you're not Barb Van Dam, are you?
I'm Barbara Van Dam. Yes.
Oh, okay. You're coming up as Barb Cardo, so that's why I was.
That's odd.
Okay.
Nope.
Well, we'll get your name changed.
Okay.
Okay, you're fixed. There we go. Just like that. Welcome, Barb, and the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you all. I wish to ask for Queen Victoria's statue to stay standing in her park. The question you really need to ask yourselves is, are you going to lead with the negative or lead with the positive? The throwing of red paint at Queen Victoria statue resulting in taxpayers' dollars being spent on cleanup rather than social concerns such as housing is using the colonial tactics of the past, force rather than dialogue. How many works of art or statues represent women in Kitchener? Queen Victoria may not be perfect, but it does give me a reason to talk to my daughter and my granddaughters about the past, good and bad. Queen Victoria was a strong woman in a male-dominated era. If we remove her because she's not perfect, then should we not also remove the other things she encouraged, such as sewer systems, hospitals, nurses, universities, colleges, planning and surveying for growth, transportation routes, and concern for the less fortunate? And by the way, I think that was paid for by the Order of Daughters of the Empire, which was a charitable organization for children, education, and community service. Culture is an evolution. We are as progressive as we are only because we have learned and are learning from the mistakes of the past. If we are not aware of errors and atrocities, we are doomed to repeat them. Sanitizing inconvenient history will not acknowledge our growth and the need for further growth. For example, we no longer tolerate neglect of children, and we have services such as FNCS. We do not tolerate immigration discrimination, like in the 1800s with the quote Irish problem, which is why we have a separate school board. We do not tolerate bribes and under the table dealings. We demand transparency. Please lead with hope and tolerance. Please encourage the dwelling upon the positive. Please demonstrate that sharp debate is more powerful than censorship. If not, then you're dooming all of us to be written out of future history books, if for no other reason, we are all contributing to global warming by driving gas-fueled cars or buying goods delivered by diesel transport, etc. Please set our city up so that 100 years from now, we will not be removed from history. We need to encourage a mindset that has empathy and understanding of the past. So I'm going to follow my own advice, and I'm going to propose the following, something more positive. Instead of using the budget marked for dismantling and storing or destroying the Queen Victoria statue, please use that money for commissioning works of art to represent all the different aspects of our city of Kitchener. Please enrich our parks and culture and not impoverish them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barb, for your presentation. Councillor Gazzola, you have a question.
I really don't have a question of the delegate. I do want to thank her for coming in and speaking up and speaking out. and it was an interesting, a refreshing commentary. Speaking of Queen Victoria, as a lady who broke the glass ceiling many years ago, and it was a very interesting comment. I do have a couple of questions of staff when we come to deal with that recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Van Dam, I don't see any other questions. So again, just want to thank you for coming in this evening and sharing your perspectives with us.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, Councillor Gazzola, you have questions of staff before I deal with the motion?
Yes, I do.
Please go ahead.
And when you come to the motion, I would like a recorded vote on it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I want to ask again for an explanation for everyone to understand what an equity-driven community engagement process is. What does that mean? So I've tried to explain it to some people who have written to me, but I was going to make sure I've given them the right explanation.
We'll ask our interim director, Alan Morlag-Silk, to respond to that. Alan, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Vrvanovich, and through you. So thank you, Councillor Gazzola. So as outlined in the report, the equity-driven engagement process is a process whereby we will be doing broad community consultation about the statute. But the equity-driven component is that we will be prioritizing the voices of those who have been impacted by colonialism. And so that would include those from Indigenous communities, Black communities, and other racialized communities. And so when I mean prioritize, I mean that we want to ensure that we are reaching out and speaking with those particular groups in a way that is meaningful, and so that they have the opportunity to provide input into the survey. So rather than just putting out a public survey and just kind of seeing who we get, and just hoping for the best, we would actually intentionally be reaching out to those communities to ensure that those voices are prioritized. So that's an example.
Again, I just want to clarify that when you say prioritize, does their response have more points when you're coming to analyze the whole issue? Is their thoughts more meaningful than others? Do they have is it equal?
So it's not a point system, and it's not that we would be weighting anyone's voices over anyone else's. Really, the point is that we would want to make sure that we are hearing from those communities in a way that's intentional, so that they're not missing the conversation.
Thank you. Have we ever considered putting a question like this on our ballots for this upcoming election, to get everyone in the community an opportunity to express their thoughts on it?
So through you, Mayor Vrbanovich, I'm not sure how to answer this question.
Well, would you consider it a possibility? Would you consider it an opportunity to give us an understanding of how the entire community feels?
Perhaps I'll ask Ms. Robb to respond.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Vrbanovich, I think that the best answer to that question is that, Councillor Gazzola, what the engagement process is meant to do is not ask a simple yes or no question or a singular tangible question. Should the statue stay or should the statue go? The intent of the engagement process is to have dialogue with those communities that Ellen just mentioned, as well as the broad community, about what could be the future for the statue. And so it could be any number of potential outcomes. It could be additional permanent artwork in Victoria Park to provide a different context or perspective. It could be really any number of outcomes. And so we're not presupposing what that outcome would be. To add a question in the election would be a simplistic way of viewing it. And we're really looking for meaningful community dialogue.
You say it would be simplistic. That's very true. And actually, I'm being less than honest here because I know at this point of time it cannot be added to the ballot. I've had some constituents ask to say simply, can we not simply put that and ask people? And I'm told no, that if something like that were to be done, should have been approved by March the 1st. Thank you very much for your comments. I have a comment after, okay, if I could, Mr. Mayor.
I will come to you. I don't see any other hands raised at the moment. So Councillor Galloway-Seelock, if I can ask you to bring forward the recommendation, please.
Yes, it's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Davey that staff be directed to launch an equity-driven community engagement process to gather ideas and feedback from the community with respect to the Queen Victoria statue located in Victoria Park, as outlined in Community Services Department Report COR-2022-253, and that staff be directed to launch a public engagement process around the history related to Queen Victoria, the statue and its impacts, and further, that staff be directed to commission new temporary public artwork that recognizes Indigenous peoples on the site while the engagement process occurs.
Thank you very much. So it has been moved and seconded. Councillor Gazzola, you indicated you would like to make some comments.
Yes, I would. Actually, when I first started this evening, I was not going to support this because I misunderstood, and I'm still not sure I'm clear on what equity-driven community engagement process is. And I hope it's, I can see that we want to hear from those who, for some reason, have not had an opportunity in the past. As to why they have not, I'm not sure. But I want to be able to say that we will listen to everyone in the community, and that everyone's ideas are equal, that there are not some ideas that are more equal than others. So I will now, I wasn't prepared to support the first paragraph, but I will support all three of them. The second paragraph deals with public education. We can never have enough of all of that. Okay. Now I do want to take just 30 seconds to read an email there's so much in our community and our society where if someone doesn't agree with things that are going on, or if someone even dares to ask questions, it's amazing the kind of response that comes out. And so I've had a lot of people write comments about the statue. I just want to give them a caution to be prepared. If you do stand up and be counted often, it's not an easy street. And I want to indulge council just to read one of the emails that I've received since this was last discussed at a committee meeting. And it's addressed to me, and it reads as follows. I've been following content from a discussion on a Queen Victoria statue, and you have proved yourself every bit the racist, ignorant, old white man stereotype. Your inability to listen, process information, and respond in a respectful and informed manner would be laughable if it wasn't so depressing. Please retire already. The world has moved on from your outdated and frankly racist approaches. So I just wanted people to know what kind of emails are out there. So thank you very much for listening. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Gazzola. And there's no question that all of us have received a variety of emails on this issue. And unfortunately, some of them I would concur with you are far from respectful. I think it's important that we always remember that in a democratic society, healthy debate around ideas is important. It's what our society is built upon, but that healthy debate needs to be respectful. And it's important for members of the community on all sides of any issue to remember that. Councillor Davey.
Yes, thank you, sir. I didn't want to speak on this, except I am changing my position on this, so I think I should clarify. I voted against the staff recommendation at committee. I will be supporting it now. And I just wanted to be clear on why I didn't really speak at the committee, because I was convinced that the outcome with the equity-driven approach would have almost certainly resulted in the removal of the statute and would have discounted any other ideas. I am now far more optimistic that something along the line of Councillor Singh's amendment, that instead of removing the statute, we can put a counter installation of Indigenous artwork or something along those lines to tell the full story. And I want to be clear on this. I'm no, royal supporter, and in fact, I'm half Irish. And those of you that know your history, Queen Victoria was quite harmful to the Irish during her reign as well. So it has nothing to do with that. It's simply, I think, having more information and education out there is better than less. So I will support staff's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. Any other comments? Councillor Marsh.
Yeah, I just wondered if staff have any comment about the amendment that was approved at committee. I just am curious how that's going to be implemented.
Ellen?
Thank you. So through you, Mr. Mayor, so we have been working on a strategy towards implementation of that amendment, and we don't have an official update yet, but it's something that staff are working on.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, Councillor Gazzola, did you ask for a recorded vote, did you, or not? I can't remember. So if you don't want one, that's okay.
Yeah, I know it's an important issue. I really believe all important issues should have recorded votes.
That's fine. Yep, I'll do that. I just I thought you did, but I wasn't sure if you did, so I was just checking. Okay, so recorded vote has been requested. It has been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Sorry. We'll start Ward 1. Councillor Davey.
In support.
Ward 2, Councillor Schneider.
I'm in favor.
Ward 3, Councillor Gazzola.
In favor.
Ward 4, Councillor Michaud.
In favor.
Ward 5, Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
I'm in favor.
Ward 6, Councillor Singh.
In favor.
Ward 7, Councillor Ioannidis.
In favor.
Ward 8, Councillor Johnson.
In favor.
Ward 9, Councillor Marsh. Sorry, Ward 9, Councillor Chapman.
I'm opposed.
And Ward 10, Councillor Marsh.
In favor.
Okay, thank you. The motion, and I'm in favor, so the motion carries. Okay, we'll now move on to item 6.3, which is item 7.5.d, the zoning bylaw amendment for 146 to 162 Victoria Street South and 92 to 110 Park Street, Innovation Developments Kitchener Limited. I will note that both Eric Schneider and Garrett Stevenson are here from staff. Written submissions have been received from Margaret Wilton Roberts, Penny Ainley, Kristen Barstow from MHBC Planning, and Mike and Maury McMahon. Ms. Barstow is here as an agent on behalf of the applicant, and you are our first delegation. I'm just trying to understand, is both Mr. Roos and Mr. Zimmerman here as well, Ms. Barstow?
Yes, Mayor Randbeck, they are also here on the line to answer any questions that may come up at the end of my presentation.
Okay, With that, Ms. Bairstow, I'll turn it over to you, and you have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Thank you. Good evening. I would be remiss if I didn't correct Mr. Mayor Verbanovic that.
Sorry, just 1 second. Councillor Gazzola, can I ask you to mute? Just hang on a sec. Okay, I've muted Councillor Gazzola. Go ahead, Ms. Barrisdale.
Kristen Barrisdale from GSP Group. We are the agents acting on behalf of Dub Capital Investments for the proposed development. The application and proposed development was considered at the Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee meeting last Monday. There were a few technical questions that resulted in the deferral. So we wanted to take a brief minute to just kind of walk through or provide further clarification or response to some of those questions. Next slide, please. So this was a slide that was presented at the meeting last week. It's just a very detailed rendering of the proposed development with the tallest tower in the forefront. Next slide. So we walked away from the meeting on June 13th, and it was our understanding that there were generally 3 considerations or areas that committee was looking for additional response or information on. Had to do with public realm and streetscape, traffic including site access, traffic volumes and distributions, and the community benefits package, particularly as it related to affordable housing. Next slide, please. So since that meeting, the team has put together a number of slides as well as some follow-up information that was provided to the city. Firstly, the notion of public realm. There seemed to be some questions and points of clarification with respect to the existing right-of-way and how the proposed development interfaces with the proposed, surrounding street network. The proposed application includes 0-meter setbacks along Victoria Street as well as Park Street. What you're seeing right here in this cross section is an indication of how the proposed development will interface with Victoria Street. So as was touched on in the meeting, this is just a better visual representation of how the frontage and face of the building interfaces with the existing pedestrian sidewalk along Victoria Street, as well as providing ample opportunity for landscaping and amenities and raised planters, as well as some public seating, and then as well as some street trees that you see. Next slide, please. And again, this is the same representation cross-section from Park Street. So you see the 0 lot line or the property line for the building up to the face. But again, there is more than sufficient space between the building front and the actual street to provide for an enhanced sidewalk, enhanced landscaping features and raised beds, as well as some small scale street trees. One of the questions that came up from the meeting last week was the term may or may intend. It is every intention of Dub Capital to provide for enhanced treatments and streetscapes along both Victoria Street and Park Street. We are currently going through a detailed site plan process with the city, through which those further details will be reviewed. Next slide, please. The traffic impact study was prepared and submitted in support of the proposed application. It has been reviewed and accepted by both city staff and staff from the region of Waterloo. The vehicle access point proposed 3 driveways. So there is 1 full movement access along Park Street. There is a right in, right out only on Victoria Street. And there is a full movement access to the proposed development at the existing intersection of Bram Street and Victoria Street. As part of this, it should be noted that approximately 30% of the traffic generated by this site is anticipated to go north on Victoria Street towards King. 30% is anticipated to go south on Victoria Street towards Strange Mill and then subsequently on to Belmont. 20% is expected to go east on Park Street towards Victoria Park, and 20% is expected to go west on Park Street towards Glasgow Street. Next slide, please. The trip generation and distribution information was contained in the traffic impact study, but I'm just going to touch on it briefly. The traffic impact study noted or reported anticipated forecasted peak of 294 trips in the morning, 387 trips in the PM peak. And again, these trips are distributed amongst the 3 access driveways, pretty evenly split amongst the 3 different access driveways. So you're looking at roughly about 98 cars on each access access driveway. And then when you break that down to an AM peak period, which is 60 minutes, you're looking at roughly 1.5 cars per minute. The proposed development is anticipated to increase our forecast traffic volumes about 5%. But something that was noted in the report and is, I think, crucial to bring up to council is that the Region of Waterloo has established targets for transportation mode share for downtown Kitchener, and they're anticipating 35 to 45% by 2041, which would obviously result in an decrease in the overall trip generation from this site. Next slide, please. And then finally, the community benefits package that was presented at the June 13th meeting included the following: the provision of 50 affordable housing units, a $500,000 contribution to affordable housing, amenity space for future use by the neighborhood associations, the inclusion of 3-bedroom units, so 13 3-bedroom and 17 optional 3-bedrooms, and then enhanced publicly amenity and streetscape. Next slide, please. However, as a result of some of the comments we received at the meeting and some of the discussion amongst members of council, we are slightly revising our community benefits package. So first and foremost, the proposed development includes a $1.5 million donation to the Roar Center of Jewish Living, Shabbat, affordable housing provider, to facilitate the development of 48 new affordable housing units. It should be noted that this development or proposed project is well underway. What you're seeing on the right-hand side of the screen is actually a floor plan for the future development in the affordable housing units. So this essentially brings or assists in bringing affordable housing units to the market right now, rather than as part of the proposed development. Next slide, please. Similar to the initial housing benefits package, Dove Capital is continuing to commit to a financial contribution of $500,000 to support the advancement of affordable housing in Waterloo region. Again, providing the use of amenity space or meeting rooms for the neighborhood association for up to 10 hours per month. And this would be something that would be embedded in the management documents or the condo development documents for the proposed development. Next slide, please. In addition, one other change that we're proposing as part of this, or one noteworthy change or noteworthy fact of the proposed development, is it does include the 30-bedroom units, which includes 13 traditional 3-bedroom units, as well as 17 potential 3-bedroom units based on market demand. It also includes 52-bedroom units plus den, for a total of 80 family-sized units. And then finally, it remains at the ground floor outdoor amenity plaza at the intersection of Park Street and Victoria Street, which is approximately 2,800 square feet in size, as well as enhanced streetscape features along both Victoria Street and Park Street. Next slide, please. And I'm wrapping up my conversation. This is just a rendering of the proposed plaza that's intended to be at the intersection of Victoria and Park. Next slide, please. And this is just a more close-up view. As you can see, the intention of this plaza is to interface with the proposed residential retail uses along Victoria and Park Street. It's intended to have cafe-like settings, seating for individuals, seating for the public, as well as enhanced amenity and landscape features. Next slide, please. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Shmuel Zimmerman from Dove Capital, who's just going to give you a brief synopsis.
Thank you very much to Kristen for the great presentation, and thank you to staff and everyone that's participating in this evening's council meeting. In summary, we're proposing a $1.5 million donation for the construction of 48 new affordable housing units as part of the Chabad Roar Jewish Family Center. We're continuing our contribution and commitment to affordable housing with a $500,000 commitment towards that. The 80 family-sized units, again, is a clarification to sort of the diverse type of housing that we have within this great development. A beautiful 2,800 square foot, like what I call entrance feature, piazza in front of the building, enhanced streetscapes on Park and Victoria, and meeting space for the neighborhood associations. In closing, we've worked very hard with the city council, staff, our top team of consultants, and most importantly, consultation with our neighborhood residents. We had great consultation with some of the neighborhood groups in our area. And what came about is a beautiful development that will add to an already amazing city. We addressed the comments of staff. We heard the feedback of the neighbors and the neighborhood. And we've developed all that into a well-planned community, what's presented today. We're asking staff to please approve this great development. Thank you.
Thank you to the three of you for your presentations. And just so that there's no, because we did go into a second round of 5 minutes, I did actually give that additional time because this was a delegation of 3, and per our procedural bylaw, when there's 2 or more people, you get a total of 10 minutes to make your presentation. So just so that there's clarity on that. I have several people with questions. Councillor Chapman, you're first.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for the changes that you've introduced in this proposal. But I do have a few questions. First of all, when it comes to the setbacks, as we know, the setbacks from the edge of the property is 0. And the way I understand it, as was mentioned last week, the curb will not move. We've got the sidewalk, and then the region is taking another 3 meters or 10 feet in addition to a future date allow for the widening of the street. So is it not the case that at the moment the region comes along to widen the street, that we will lose the streetscape enhancements that you're talking about, because they will no longer fit in the sidewalk that remains?
Through you, Mr. or Mayor Bavanovic, the actual concepts that you've seen, the cross sections, as well as the proposed development concept, already take into account that street widening. So as part of our pre-application discussions with the region, they advised right off the bat that the widening would be required. So all of the proposed development concepts are based on the fact that that road widening has been removed from the property at this point. It hasn't technically been conveyed to the region yet. It will be conveyed as part of the site plan process, but it has not been factored in, or sorry, it has been factored in the sense of it's been removed from the property boundary that is used to determine the proposed development.
So the images you showed us with the great big trees in their plot and their planters or whatever, and then the smaller trees closer to the building, you're saying those will fit on what is currently basically the sidewalk in that area?
Through you, Mayor Bavanovic, yes, the cross section that you see is after the road widening.
Okay.
So sorry, just for clarity on that, for everyone's sake, Councillor Chapman. So Ms. Barrisdale, what you're saying is initially, in fact, the sidewalk will be wider than what's shown in those drawings. But at some point, it'll go from that wider position to what we see in the drawings once the region actually takes their 3 meters, correct?
What you're seeing in the drawings as a cross section is what you will see once we have if we have site plan approval and once construction starts, which would exclude at that point the road widening would be removed. So it's the property boundary after the road widening.
Right, but the region won't necessarily do the road widening now. So in the initial phase of this project, the sidewalk will actually be wider than what we're seeing in those drawings, but will be cut back at some point to what we're seeing in the drawings.
Yes, my apologies, yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Back to you, Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, my second concern continues to be the traffic study. So I reached out to the region and asked them, what traffic studies they've done in that area and when they were done. And I didn't hear back from them. So I was just, I'm not sure what to say. And in fact, I'd like a deferral until we get the city does its own traffic study. So this maybe isn't a question, maybe it's something I should bring up later. Because I think, we really do need to look at this area right from King Street to Belmont and at least Strange Street to what do you call it, Cortland, to see, we've got massive developments in this whole area, and already we're seeing traffic problems, as was mentioned at the last meeting. So that's not really a question, other than I guess that's something I should be asking staff at a later date. Right now, those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have Councillor Davey.
Yes, thank you. My questions might be of Steve and Shmuel as well, but the question was, I noticed the bump up to, you've actually included the 2-bedroom plus den, which I'm really happy to see, at 80 units. Just wanted clarification if the market demand dictates that would be up to, does that include the 17 or would it be up to 97 pending market demand?
The number there, 80, is the 17 and the 13 of what we call the natural 3 bedrooms, as well as 52 bedroom plus dens.
Okay,
That's a total of 80 family sized units.
Okay, that's helpful. And just guys, while I have you on too, I just wanted to quickly thank you. I know we spoke a couple of times this week, and just want to thank you for we worked out, addressed the affordable housing issue, which was a great concern. So I'll have comments as well, Mr. Mayor, but I would be happy to move the recommendation at the appropriate time.
So actually, it'll be moved by the chair.
Oh, that's correct, by the planning. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor Urbanovic, and thank you for coming back with some changes to your recommendation. That's very much appreciated. Thank you for listening to us, and thank you for listening to the community. Did have a couple of questions. I'm actually wondering if I can ask a question of staff at this point, or do I need to? Is staff making a report tonight as well?
They're not making a report, but we'll come back to questions of staff at the end.
Okay, I do have a question as well then for the applicant. I was wondering the affordable housing project that I'm not familiar with that affordable housing project. Is that in Waterloo Region then as well?
Yes, that is in Waterloo Region. It's on 251 Albert Street. They currently own the land and have these plans, and it's a funding issue to get this thing kickstarted.
Thank you. I wondered if that's where it happened to be, but I wasn't 100% sure. So that's good to know then as well. And I was wondering, have you, after listening to the conversations last week, have you thought about or is there a way of you actually purchasing of some of those units that we had talked about before to be made affordable so that they would be able to stay affordable? Is that something that your company has considered?
Well, we certainly considered it. There was a lot of criticism to how that will be enforced, and if in fact it will stay affordable for any duration of time. And we've had a lot of debate about it, and that's why we felt that, I mean, I know 4850, it's pretty close, but that's a project that's actually, right now, it's real, it's live. It's something that's in need and can be delivered to the city, to the region of Waterloo. And we felt that, by taking off these 50 affordable units, that attracted some debate of sort of how they will work, and replacing it with a donation that to facilitate the immediate construction of these 48 units. And you see the plans. There's 2, 3, and 4 bedroom units there. They're going to be offered to the region. We felt that would be a really good way to contribute in a significant way to a community benefit package as part of this overall development. So, yeah.
Thank you. I didn't hear what your colleague said there. I'm sorry.
There are a lot of smaller units within the building as well that based on the provincial policy, may hit the affordable housing criteria of $386,000. But due to some of the feedback, we've taken that off as officially being part of the community benefit package. But those units still stay in the building, and of course they'll still be available to people starting out that want a unit at a lower price point to come in. So we're not taking those units out of the building. We've taken that designation out of the community package. We've replaced it with this donation that's sort of very clear and definitive in terms of affordable housing, and really both of them still exist. So thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Before I go to you, Councillor Chapman, for a second round, I've got some questions for you, Stephen and Shmuel. Just following up on that affordable housing, component, because as noted, the project is not in Kitchener, it's in Waterloo. Whereas your original proposal of 50 units contemplated those units being available within your building, which would ensure that there's a healthy socioeconomic mix within the building. And so I guess my question is twofold. Number one, if I heard your last answer, am I hearing that you're looking at doing the 500,000, the 1.5 million, and still make that number of units available at that lower price? Or is the 1.5 million replacing those 50 some units? I'm not clear on that.
So I'll clarify that, and thank you for the question, and I'm happy to clarify it. Within the range of what's considered affordable housing and the solution to the affordable housing question that everyone is grappling with is something called a unit that at the time of the provincial policy was indexed at $386,000. The 50 units were proposed to meet that price range and therefore qualify as affordable housing units because they're sized that with market demands would be able to sell it within reason and deliver 50 units of affordable housing units. We listened to the debate, and there was strong, lively debate about someone buying it and the market prices increasing. And our answer was, we've allowed someone that meets the criteria to buy their first home. If in 5 years from now that house goes up in value and they're able to buy a larger home because of that, I think we did a great thing. However, there's still a lot of skepticism and criticism around it. So we're not taking those units out of the building. Those smaller units are going to stay in the building. They're going to be studio units. They'll still be available for people to buy that sort of lowest price point. But in order to meet this community benefit package, we've replaced that with the donation. So you are correct. There will be a $1.5 million donation towards affordable housing in the region to create these 48 units. There will be a $500,000 commitment to work on affordable housing solutions within the Kitchener-Waterloo region, as well as there'll be these 80 family-sized units within the building to create the diversity. There's still going to be the smaller units in the building that will likely hit the provincial policy guideline for affordable housing unit, as well as there's this beautiful streetscape and the 2,800 square foot piazza that's sort of really a gateway feature into the downtown Kitchener. And that really rounds off our community benefit package in this beautiful development. I hope that clarifies the question.
It does a little bit. I mean, because my main concern and interest as we look at this is to ensure that we do have a socioeconomic mix within the building. So if you look at your $1.5 million and roughly 50 units, that's approximately 30,000 a unit. So you're saying these 386,000, if I understand you correctly, these $386,000 units would typically sell for 416. Is that what you're saying?
No. The 50 units would typically sell for whatever market rate is, depending on the size of them. They're scattered throughout the building, and some of them are different sizes, depend on market demands. At the time that we prepared the presentation and the application at market prices, those units would have been priced at $386,000 to meet the affordability criteria.
Okay, but you're saying those will still be available in the building?
Those size units will still be available in the building, yes.
Okay, because I think part of the issue from my perspective is there's potentially other partners in the community, in the not-for-profit space that could manage those units, through an ownership model, in terms of ensuring that they stay not-for-profit and don't end up getting flipped. And that would certainly help ensure that we we get that kind of mix in the building. But I guess that's something that could happen with those 50 units and could be part of discussions outside of this this zoning, the OPA and zoning approval in front of us this evening. Okay, Councillor Chapman, you had a follow-up question.
Yeah, thanks. Can you tell us what size those 50 units will be? You said they're varying size, but you said studio. Is it like what is the floor space approximately?
They're approximately, they range in the size at around 400 square feet.
Okay. And my last question is regarding the 48 units, the donation that you're giving. Will the residents of those 48 units be drawn from the affordable housing waiting list that the region has?
I can't speak exactly to how they're going to be administered. I'm not a professional in that, and that's why we look to someone community-based service that has expertise in that.
So you haven't reached out to the region to work with them on that?
No, I've reached out to an actual provider, a community service provider that's well known in the community. They've been within the Kitchener community for over 10 years. And, you know, that's something that they do. That's not something that I'm a professional at.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Those appear to be all the questions we have. Thank you to the three of you for coming in. We have a number of other delegations on this item, and the first delegation is Jacqueline Brooke.
Hello.
Hello, welcome, Jacqueline.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jacqueline Brooke, and I live near the proposed 146 development. I wanted to raise some concerns about 146 Victoria. My overarching thesis is that the region's and the city's current and planned infrastructure doesn't support the placement of a building this size at this corner. I'll speak briefly about three issues, and they've been mentioned before: traffic, the streetscape for active transportation users, that includes pedestrians and cyclists, the need for green space nearby, and then I'll propose some solutions. Regarding traffic, one of the big questions as a resident is how will adding an additional 2,000 people or so on the corner of Victoria and Park affect traffic, not only along Victoria Street, but within Victoria Park and all small streets like mine. I live on Teresa Street. I've been living in Victoria Park for about 13 years, and traffic through the park is quite high now. It's often very difficult to cross the street at Jubilee. The current traffic study only includes 3 intersections: Park and Victoria, and then 2 intersections to the east. It notably doesn't include intersections to the west, north, and south, which excludes traffic through Victoria Park. And that simply isn't good enough. Changes in traffic need to be assessed on a more comprehensive manner. So I would suggest that another traffic study be completed before the building is accepted. And this should include traffic at Queen and Jubilee, Victoria West of Strain Street, and Glasgow and Park. Victoria Park is often referred to as the jewel of the city, yet Jubilee has become a major north-south through road. Mixing an increasing busy throughway with a recreational area is not a recipe for successful city planning. So I will add that from a city perspective, there needs to be some special planning and consideration regarding car traffic through Victoria Park. The main reason that this development of this scale is being entertained is because of the proximity to the transit hub and the LRT. This development is meant to be transit dependent, and as such, it has less than the required number of parking spots that bylaw would normally require, and it includes a large number of bicycle parking. However, the current corner of Victorian Park is really not hospitable to active transportation at the scale that's required for a building of this size. The sidewalks along Victoria and Park are narrow. There's no cycling infrastructure that connects to this corner. And crucially, Victoria is a regional road that is very fast moving. I walk along Victoria Street most days because my office is located on Victoria Street, and it's generally an unpleasant walk. And I don't cycle on Victoria because I've had too many close calls. It's too dangerous. This corner and Victoria Street won't magically become more amenable to active transportation. We need infrastructure that supports a large number of pedestrians and cyclists as they make their way from this location to the transit hub or other parts of the city for this development to work well. It crucially takes a lot of space. There needs to be space for trees and landscaping that provides shade, mitigates wind, the heat island effect from having so much paved area, space for wide sidewalks that provide separation from cars and also allows the passage of several different groups of people side by side. And there needs to be space for cyclists. The proposed development is requesting a setback of 0 meters from the property line, which doesn't allow for any landscaping on the development property, and it leaves little space for pedestrians and cyclists, especially if the region decides to do the street widening along Victoria. We need to allocate space for active transportation, and it can't be left as an afterthought after this building is built. So I would urge you not to accept the bylaw amendment for no setback from the property line. And lastly, I want to speak about green space. Recently released Spaces report indicates that the population of Victoria Park neighborhood is about 3,850 people, and there's 0.1 square meter of park space per person. That's 100 times less than the citywide average of 10 square meters per person. The nearby city commercial core has 2,685 people and has 4.7 square meters per person. That's less than half of the city average. This development could add about 2,000 people to an area that already has a very large deficit in the park provision per person. And new residents in this development will not have personal outdoor space like a yard. This simply is not equitable. Part of the bonusing to increase the size of this building way beyond what is currently included in the official plan and the city bylaws needs to be a very healthy contribution to the city's cash and live program to develop a new large downtown park. And luckily the city already owns the Bram Yards, which are in close proximity to this development and the condo towers along Victoria Street. And this is an ideal place to make a park to accommodate the increased need for green space from the intensification that we're seeing in the downtown core. In closing, the city can't simply pluck down very large developments without providing the infrastructure that would support them and hope for the best. Intensification needs to be planned on a neighborhood scale to make sure that we are building desirable and livable spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have some questions of you. First, I have Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor Verbinovic, and thank you, Ms. Brooke, for coming in. I use that, I'm in that neighborhood quite a bit myself. I'm wondering if you can maybe expand on your comments about, say, even cyclists and that in Victoria Park, and what you think this development would do to the traffic that's already kind of stop and go there now.
Well, in my experience, the traffic is quite bad. On on Teresa Street, we're a one-way, which means that we have to exit onto Victoria. And that can be quite harrowing. We often might have to wait more than one life cycle to be able to turn left. If I need to go up Park Street on my bicycle, I'll sometimes try it and I'll try to cut across, but often I end up doubling back, going up all the way to Park Street so I can cross at the intersection. And even then, it's very harrowing. Cars go really fast at this intersection because it's a regional road, so people are expecting to go quickly, and it can be really stressful. I have 3 young children, and this is an intersection we generally avoid. We will cross it as pedestrians, but I never take them cycling across this, even in the carrier, because it's too stressful. And I can't imagine saying this will be a transit-dependent building where we are expecting people to get to transit. So that has to be by foot or by bicycle, but then not provide the infrastructure to actually do that. If we want to have such an intense building at this location, we have to think about how people are going to get away from this building. That means cycling infrastructure, and that means really good pedestrian infrastructure. Pedestrian infrastructure isn't just sidewalks. It's things like trees that provide wind mitigation, that make things less hot, less windy, less rainy, and protect you from cars. And it's not enough to just have a wide sidewalk and say, well, you can walk there, because it makes it unpleasant. And if all the research that's gone into figuring out how to get people to do active transportation, it says, you know, if you make it pleasant, if you make it enjoyable, people will do it. If we make this like a wasteland with tall buildings, people aren't going to want to walk or cycle here. So we can do these buildings, but we need a big implementation from the city, a big commitment from the region to make these areas livable.
Thanks, Ms. Brooke.
Next up, we have Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming in and sharing your thoughts with us. So, I mean, I've walked down Victoria Street many times, and I agree it's not a pleasant walk. And we don't have towers in probably half of it from this stretch from Park to, say, Bram Street as of yet. So is what you're suggesting is that the setback should be greater to ensure what, more green space in front of the building, in addition to the trees that are being proposed? Is that what you think would make for a better experience?
Yeah, I really think so. So at some point in the last month, my husband and I went to the River Run Center. It was really enjoyable down in downtown Guelph. And we came out from the city parking lot that they have there, the parkades. And I looked to the left and I thought, wow, that's some really nice landscaping. And I didn't really notice until we walked away that we were actually beside a giant condo. And my husband's a building science engineer, and he actually worked on it. And it's a tri-car building. And just the way that they had landscaped it and done a podium, it was really amenable to walking around.
Ms. Brooke, you froze on us. Ms. Brooke, if you can hear me, maybe turn your video off. That might help. Ms. Brooke, are you there? Okay. I think we lost Ms. Brooke. We'll maybe just hang on a second in case she comes back right away. And if not, we'll move on. Oh, here we go. You're back. You're muted if you can unmute.
Sorry, I got kicked off somehow.
No worries, you froze on us. So I think maybe the staff were trying to help get you back on. So you're back.
Okay, great.
So
Sorry.
you can repeat your answer to Councillor Chapman's question because we didn't hear it.
Any of it. Okay. I started with an anecdote that at some point my husband and I went to see a show at the River Run Center. We were in Guelph, and we walked out of the parkade, and to our left there was a building that had really nice landscaping. And I didn't notice until we had really walked away from it that it was a very large condo by Tricar. My husband's a building science engineer, so he'd actually worked on it. And it made being beside a very tall building really pleasant, really livable, because it had really nice landscaping. And I think landscaping is a big part of making tall buildings seem, like more at human scale. And currently with the 0 meter setback, there can be no landscaping on the actual development's land. It's all on city owned or region owned right of way. And so I think there needs to be a consideration of possibly pushing back that and having a setback so that there can be space for landscaping, because landscaping plays a big role in wind mitigation and also heat mitigation by having shade. And I think that landscaping is a good thing to consider. It makes it a lot more livable, especially if there's going to be like 2,000 people living in this development. At 1,000 plus units, if there's 2 people in each of those units, that's a lot of people in one place.
Thank you. Thank you for your response.
Okay, there aren't any other questions. So thank you very much, Ms. Brooke, for coming in this evening.
Great, thank you.
Our next delegation is Gail Poole. Welcome, Mr. Poole.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. I would like to address some of the ways that this building has been planned. I know that the developers and the planners have said that they have met with the community. In fact, I've been somewhat of a part of that meeting with the community since last December. but there are many issues with the way this building has been planned. What is most important is the fact that no matter what planning guidelines are used to justify the project, it is not appropriate at this location where established neighborhoods exist, which can be confirmed by the city's own documents. In section 3 of the official plan, there are details about how the downtown core will develop alongside adjacent areas. And I have 2 points. First, section 3 of the official plan states development within or adjacent to these neighborhoods will be compatible with and respectful of the existing built form and character of the area. That's in official plan 3-2 if you want to look it up. Second, under the heading urban structure, item 3.2.5 states intensification areas and surrounding areas shall achieve an appropriate transition of built form. The issue of compatibility and adjacency are at the heart of the problem with this development. I appreciate the fact that adjacent zoning along Victoria Park streets is mixed use that allows up to 8 stories. That would be compatible. However, just one home beyond that transit corridor and for many blocks beyond are residential buildings of 2 and 3 stories, many with apartments suitable for families. In short, this development is adjacent to a low-rise area, and so it does not achieve an appropriate transition of built form as required in the official plan. An appropriate transition would be what the zoning bylaw says right now, not something that's 4 times as high. If we consider the city's own tall building guidelines, let me make 2 other points. The tallest building, when 2 towers are placed together, should be furthest from the low-rise residential units on either side. In other words, the tower at the corner should be shorter than the adjacent tower if the site is part of a transition to a low-rise or mid-rise surrounding neighborhood. In fact, Tower C at the corner is the tallest building, 38 stories, and is closest to the low-rise residential area. The second part of the tall building design manual says, the tall building guidelines specifies that the tallest towers should be closest to the transit stop. Complying with these guidelines requires that towers B and C should be shorter than Tower A. This configuration would create some transition to Park Street, although I really still can't see how a 26-story building can be compatible with low-rise residential neighborhoods. In my opinion, that's not enough. Some years ago, a development further west on Victoria was proposed at 12 stories in height. Many neighbors objected. So the 2 buildings were built according to the zoning bylaw at 7 stories tall. Most people hardly notice these buildings are there. They're set back from the street and do not even qualify as high-rise buildings. In that case, a previous council agreed that these buildings should be compatible with the area around it to have an appropriate transition to the low-rise neighborhood. In other words, these towers were built according to the official plan and bylaws. Council should reject this proposal as it stands. It violates years of planning. It flies in the face of considerable opposition in the community. Will you listen to your constituents? Or will you listen to the big developers? And finally, will you follow your own official plan? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Poole. We do have some questions. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you for coming in and giving your presentation. So I'm hearing you talk about, everything from the appropriate transition, character of the neighborhood, the positioning of the taller buildings. I guess for you, which of these items is most problematic?
Sorry, which are the items again?
Well, you refer to, the appropriate transition adjacent to a neighboring,
Yeah.
an established neighborhood. You talked about the tallest building being furthest from the
Yeah.
from the intersection. You talk about height in general, like it should be lowered, right?
Yeah. Well, generally in the urban design guidelines that are set up by the city, the idea is that you have low-rise neighborhoods which lead to a high-rise area in the middle. Oh, I can't really propose this. Unfortunately, what's happening here is that the tallest building is the closest one to the low-rise area. And in fact, it's the tallest building anywhere between Park Street and King Street. It should be in the middle between Park Street and King Street, not right at the edge. The low-rise neighborhood is going to be impacted by this tall building, not just in terms of shadow, and I know they did shadow studies, which were questionable actually, because some members of the community did their own shadow studies and found out that they were incorrect. But the idea that you have such a tall building right next to a low-rise building is my main complaint.
Okay. And what for you would the tallest building on that site? What height for the tallest building on that site would be appropriate?
Well, the zoning bylaws call for a maximum of 8 stories.
Okay. Thank you. Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Poole. Those are all the questions that we have. Our next delegation is Mr. John McDonald. Welcome, John. Whoops, you were there. You're back. Oh, you're gone again. There you go. You just need to unmute yourself, please, John.
Thank you kindly, Your Worship.
No worries. Thank you. Welcome.
So thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to members of Council for the opportunity to speak to you this evening with respect to the planning decision before you at Victoria Street South and Park Street. I request once again, as on previous occasions, that Mayor and Councillors carefully consider how the decision will affect the individual health and well-being of citizens, especially the young and vulnerable among us. Councillors will, of course, be seriously considering the implications of its intended approval, its direction and imperative embrace of this planning and building type, and what this means for our community. The development further establishes our community as principally a landscape for the investment class and financialization, with less regard to the needs of people and planet. It lays us wide open to practices that are being reconsidered in other communities as they experience their effect on individual health and social well-being. To paraphrase Churchill, we shape our buildings, and thereafter they shape us. These buildings will shape us for many, many decades, and I fear they will shape us for the worse. We cannot plan on this basis or hope that this investment landscape model will provide affordability via trickle-down. We certainly should not be straying from principles on the basis of such hope. We are left wondering, what is the intent in continuing to champion the developer interest and to burden neighborhoods and community with overscaled proposals, such as the one before you this evening? We know that these buildings will not be constructed to standards that are now being enforced in other communities and are not at all suited to address the climate emergency which this council has declared, despite the proponent mantra of high quality and LEED. We know that these buildings involve wealth transfer to the investor class from those who will rent them in the absence of alternatives. Yet councillors remain and maintain that this type of planning and investor reward will provide hope for affordability. We know that these buildings have shortcomings with respect to individual and community health. Peer-reviewed and published studies that control for other factors indicate that the high-rise residential tower fares poorly in comparison with grade-related building typologies. By enforcing social isolation and decreasing sense of belonging, by placing barriers to diversity and inclusion, by stressing our green spaces and streetscapes beyond capacity without increasing this capacity, by inadequately addressing issues of emergency response to their upper floors, where cardiac arrest has been shown to mean certain death, by building monocultures pulled from particular socioeconomic strata rather than insisting upon a mix, and unfortunately, by harming children, as evidence increasingly shows. If councillors wish, I can elaborate on these studies. So all of this begs the question, why do we do it? Why do we set aside our progressive vision of a healthy community, the principles of our official plan, and the input of so many who desire reasonable change rather than a polarized approach to the housing stock and wards of our city? Why is tower and sprawl the choice we champion? Our goal cannot be to insulate other areas of the community from change, density, inclusion, and diversity, while insisting that neighborhoods within and adjacent our major transit station areas bear it disproportionately to densities many times the targets we are already meeting. Our reluctance to insist that the development community build differently using our values rather than their spreadsheet is profoundly disappointing. Our neighborhoods are asked to accommodate change, indeed to welcome it. It's disappointing that the development community is not asked to change as well. I do not believe that our major transit station areas and established neighborhoods will remain healthy and vibrant places unless approvals are tailored to sensible height and density, with buildings that emphasize public amenity and address housing for families and children. The proposal before you this evening does not do that, and I ask that members of council do their part in supporting change. We must all change, and that includes the proponents of these towers and this proposal. Thanks kindly for your consideration.
Thanks very much, John, for your presentation this evening. Councillor Chapman, you have some questions.
Yeah, you mentioned the not suitable to address the climate emergency or climate change in general. And I was just wondering if you had seen this article in the paper recently about, it was titled Condos and the Climate, Crisis What Crisis? And it goes on to talk about the glass wall towers and the greenhouse gas emissions in these tall buildings. And in fact, the academic from the University of Waterloo goes as far as saying that we should be limiting our buildings to 5 floors. I was just wondering if you had read this article and what your thoughts were.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Chapman. Thank you for this question and to bring that highlight forward. I'm of course very familiar with the work of John Straub, and he travels the world in dealing with the building science work that he does. It's ironic that within that article, he points to the parking garage of one of these developments as having a more sustainable envelope than the actual units themselves. So I'm very familiar. Architects know how to build for the environment. We know how to build sustainably. We're not really in charge of the equation when it comes to these particular building types and units. So studies have shown, the evidence is fairly clear, that their performance, and specifically the performance of this product, which Professor Straub calls window wall, which has been in use for many years, the shortcomings of these envelopes are clearly known.
So you would say that in this would you say in this proposed development where we've got a problem, right, when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions and climate change?
Through you, Your Worship, I would say so indeed. In fact, in that previous presentation of a building which resembled a vertical radiator, I don't see a lot of differences here because there are extensive balconies around all of the units, and all of those are cold bridges that perform even worsely than the window wall and all of the heat gain and the cooling that comes from the faces of these buildings.
Okay, thank you very much. And thanks for coming in.
Thanks very much, Mr. McDonald. There don't appear to be any further questions, so we appreciate you coming in this evening. Okay, our next delegation is Scott McQuarrie. Welcome, Scott.
Oh, thank you so much, Honorable Mayor and Honorable Council. Thanks for the opportunity to share my family's concerns about the proposed development at Victorian Park. I want to first be clear that I'm not opposed to density within the KW area or the core in general, but I feel that it needs to be done in a responsible and reasonable manner. I've got a number of concerns. One, the justification of the development overall, the impact on the neighborhood and neighboring communities and the city as a whole, and the fact that the comprehensive traffic study has not been completed. As a quick introduction, I'm Scott McQuarrie, as you heard, and I'm born and raised in Kitchener, a longtime resident and 13-year resident of Teresa Street, which is one of the impacted streets that adjacent to the development. Just this past weekend, I attended a lot of the neighboring porch parties and as part of the Neighbors Day, and I applaud the city's efforts to foster and build community. It was really quite remarkable, and I applaud that. I would argue that this type of development is counter to those initiatives. And former Mayor of Toronto, David Crombie, 40 years ago said, "If we end up with a population without the sense of belonging, we will have lost the war. Stability flows from neighborhoods, and neighborhoods are based on roots." He said that 40 years ago, ironically. People who purchase 600 square foot studio apartments, in my opinion, don't build community. I feel the families do, and I understand that that's no fault of theirs. But when I heard in the initial meeting that the developer is all about community and building community, and yet there's over 1,000, as we heard tonight, only 80 family units within the building, the rest being studios and single bedrooms. That doesn't seem very trustworthy in my opinion. And the justification for the actual development itself, it's close to traffic, to transit hubs and so on. One of the early meetings we had, there was a gentleman that joined us from 1 Victoria, which is just a couple blocks east of there, of the proposed site, and he's on the condo board there, and he said that the major complaint that they have from their residents is that they don't have enough parking spaces. And where can they park their vehicles, and where can they go for parking when outside their door they have an LRT stop? So I'm not sure how the population is going to be any different from Victorian Park and 1 Victoria. And the fact that the traffic study, as we heard last week, doesn't continue past Park Street on Victoria, and as we know, it doesn't include Teresa Street. As we heard tonight, it doesn't include Teresa Street, Jubilee, or Henry on the other side of Park. It just seems really short-sighted and frankly kind of self-serving in many ways. So it's my concern that we get caught up in romantic language about this building and how it's going to be a gateway to the city and a facade that's going to be in keeping with the heritage of the community, a neighboring community, and it's going to build better community. But I really encourage council to really not to get distracted by that and understand that this is a large development that doesn't have any setback, as we heard tonight, or transition from the neighboring communities. And it certainly falls outside of the city plan and the current zoning and FSR rating. So not getting this right, in my opinion, has some grave consequences. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. McQuarrie. I see one question. Councillor Chaplin.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming in. When you refer to the comprehensive traffic study was not completed, are you saying that for it to be comprehensive, it would include me and Teresa, and like how far would you like to see such a study go?
Well, I just know that you know, as I was coming home tonight around 3:30, going through the park to my street, which is one way, as we heard earlier on by Jacqueline, that it was quite bumper to bumper, and if that's not taken into effect, when we even heard from the applicant tonight that 20% of the traffic is going to go through the park, and that's not really been properly studied, it seems problematic to me. And I just don't know how you as council can make a proper decision based on a traffic study that really isn't comprehensive, that actually took place, as we know, during the COVID shutdown. So I just don't quite understand as a resident how that can possibly be taken into account when it just seems frankly flawed and not comprehensive enough.
Thank you for coming, and thank you for your response.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McQuarrie. There don't appear to be any other questions. Appreciate you coming in this evening. Okay, next up I have Mario Chalansky. And I believe Mario also has a PowerPoint. Welcome, Mr. Chalansky.
Welcome. Thank you very much, Mayor Vavanik and members of council. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm going to briefly speak about the impact of the shadows of these three towers. And in the illustration you're seeing in front of you, this is what the actual impact is going to be. Towers are obviously in the center, and what I've done, what our group has done here, is drawn the high end of the shadows. We haven't filled in all the other sides of it because it's a little confusing. The two red lines show the continuous impact of these shadows throughout the year. What you're looking at here is 365 days of the year in a 24-hour cycle each day. The study that you're seeing here is different to the developer study because theirs was rotationally and positionally 34.8 degrees out of sync with the latitude and longitude of the planet. So we've corrected that, and this is the situation you're seeing now. Some of these shadows will, at the 2 kilometer, you know, I haven't shown it, but on some of these shadows at the 2 kilometer and 2.5 kilometer length will pass over a residence in about between 15 and 22 minutes. The ones inside the red zones will take, as they approach the red zones, they will take considerably longer. Once you're inside that zone there, you'll be looking at over an hour and a half to 3 hours for those shadows to actually bypass over the house. And the thing about this is, in order to fail the standards that the city has for a shadow, it's only positioned in two particular days of the two particular areas of the year. By our calculations, the building would have to be similar height to this one, about 420 feet high, and be circular in diameter, and be about close to a kilometer in actual diameter to fail the study. The thing I'm going to talk about here is, if you look at this situation and you start continually putting buildings up that are getting taller and taller, what you're going to do is to create that wall that we're talking about. And if we're talking about environment and stuff like that, and we're looking at what we can do to solve the problems that are going to occur, these shadows and these things are going to impact anyone who starts trying to do their bit for global warming by moving to a solar collection roof or anything else like that, because they won't get enough light from this situation to actually generate any meaningful electricity. even with the best solar panels that are currently coming online later on this year, you're only going to get 19.5% efficiency compared to the 17.5% we have currently. So we are starting to rob Peter to pay Paul. And I think we should start looking at something where the shadow impacts, not just in the trees and environment and everything else we're looking at here, and in the well-being of the people around us, we should be looking at something in accordance with the fact that we're going to be literally creating a wall. Because as you put these buildings in, the shadows will continue to become basically a wall inside a compound. So that's basically all I want to say in that regard, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chalansky. And there does appear to be a question from Councillor Chapman.
So, yeah, thank you for coming in. I just wanted you to, I mean, I know you're an engineer, and so I don't understand all these things, but when you talk about the wall, are you referring to just this build, or are you looking at it in conjunction with all the development that's going on, well, along Victoria Street and maybe even, you know, beyond? Like,
yeah. Sorry.
Oh.
Yes, I'm looking at it from the joint perspective of the fact that, well, for instance, I went down to, I go on architectural tours once in a while in different parts of the country, in the US and other countries around the world. And we were in New York. And during the time we were in New York, they have just one little green area. And currently the people are getting really angry about the fact that the saucer effect, which is the gradual building getting higher, going away from it, is being bombarded now by needle towers, what they call needle towers. And these things are 1,600 feet straight up, single dwelling situations. And there's a whole group of them where they buy up the air rights of anyone around them so that they have these single needles coming up. And they're starting to form, even at their distance, because the saucer effect, they're actually starting to form a wall around the sunshine that'll ever reach that park. So I think we should look at what we're doing here in terms of I'm not suggesting we're going to get that tall, I hope, but I think we should be looking at the well-being of people around us. I think we should have intensification. There's no question about it. But I think it should be an intensification of a lower strata. They do it in Europe very, very well. I think we should start setting our own sails and doing it this way. These condominium complexes and everything else like that, they're not socially, I've never known them, and I've lived in many countries where they're done. They're not exactly intuitive to social connection. And but even the shadows, I mean, it's ridiculous what we're going to be doing. So yes, when we put enough of these in, we're going to find that the shadows start to link to each other, because you're literally, one of them is forming like a sundial to the next one, and the next one carries on. So yeah, we need some careful, astute planning and some gradient setbacks.
Okay, thank you very much, and thanks for coming in.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chalansky. That appears to be the only question we have. We appreciate you coming in this evening.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Okay, next up, we have Margaret Walton Roberts. That's our last delegation on this item.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity. I have spoken before on this development. My name's Margaret Walton Roberts. I live in Kitchener in the Cherry Park neighbourhood. I'm just following up on a few issues. Some of the issues that have been raised before by myself and others connected with the Liverpool Park and Victoria neighbourhood have been addressed. But I just want to pick up on a couple of developments that have been highlighted. The first one is a streetscape. So we have mentioned before that we want a human scale development. We want livable streetscapes. And I'm still concerned about how the development will engage with Park and Victoria, but especially Park Street. Zero setback it just doesn't seem to me to be compatible with the idea of human scale development next to a development of this size as you're walking down Park Street. And I very much appreciate the developers' attention to the idea of enhancing streetscapes and their commitment to it, but with a 0 meter setback, effectively what they're doing is they're taking our right of way, sidewalks, and enhancing that landscape, but they're taking more of that space away for whatever they want to enhance. And I also don't know if trees can survive in whatever that space is. I don't know if we've seen a report from any arborists detailing what the capacity is of trees to survive in those kinds of environments. I would want to see that. I would want to see more detailed opinions from arborists to know what exactly can survive on that streetscape, which I will say is effectively our right of way if they have a 0 meter setback on the development. And which makes it ironic, it's being sold to us as a public benefit, like the streetscape is being given to us as a public benefit, but it's our street, it's the public street. And then the developers will put something on our street and say this is a public, a benefit to the public. But again, I don't see it as being very well worked out. I very much appreciate the fact that the developers have increased their contribution to affordable housing, but I find it somewhat ironic that the development they're contributing to is in Waterloo. This development is in Kitchener. You're the Kitchener City Council. I'm a Kitchener resident, and I'm concerned about what happens in Kitchener. I'm very pleased that they'll be contributing to an affordable development in Waterloo, but I don't know if it really will satisfy the concerns that have been presented by a number of community members with regards to this development. I'm also surprised at the discussion saying this is a development that is looking to a future that will be less auto-dependent, when I just don't see it actually being planned to achieve that. And so as I think of this building in place 10, 15 years from now, I'm concerned about how much capacity we're leaving to actually achieve that future we think we're all aiming for, because it doesn't seem to me to be apparent in what's being projected. So again, I'm just presenting to say at this point in time, I would like council to not accept the bylaw amendment and certainly not to accept it as a 0 meter setback. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Walton-Roberts. We have a question for you, Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, I don't know if I really have a question because I think some of these things have already been said. I just want to thank you for coming in. And I think you make an interesting point about the streetscape as a public benefit. I've never sort of heard it referred to as that, but it's food for thought, shall I say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There don't appear to be any other questions. Thank you very much, Ms. Walton-Roberts. So colleagues, we did hear earlier that there are some questions of staff, so I'll take those next. Councillor Davey.
Yes, thank you. I hope just 2 questions. First question is, if this application is refused by council, is the applicant in a position to appeal to the OLT?
Yes, thank you for the question. Through the chair, any refusal of an application of this type, an OPA or a ZBA, yes, it could be appealed to the OLT.
Okay, thank you. And my next question, Mr. Mayor, if it's a legal question, I think I'll probably withdraw it pending other questions from members of council. But the biggest concern I've heard so far has been with respect to further traffic studies. And I guess my question would be if staff can comment if a traffic study, if the applicant has done what has been requested by the city and the region in terms of a traffic study, is that a defensible argument at the OLT historically?
I don't know, Mr. Schneider or someone else can answer that. Mr. Cronkite, Mr. Stevenson.
Through the mayor, I'll take a stab at it and I'll pass it over to Mr. Stevenson to add any comments that he may see fit. So with respect to the traffic study, it was done per the region, per the city, in terms of the direction they were given to conduct that study. The results of the study were accepted by both the city and the region. And the one thing to highlight here is that in terms of the Planning Act and a transportation study, traffic impact study, really all we can enforce a developer to do is make improvements based on the site boundary proper. So while the studies may extend beyond that boundary from a Planning Act perspective, it can only be enforced per the boundaries. So in terms of the study itself that was conducted, it was conducted in the appropriate manner.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Davey. Next up, I have Councillor Ioannidis.
Thanks, Mayor Verbanovic. I get my questions are somewhere similar along the lines of Councillor Davey. So if the applicant was to, let's say if this does get turned down and the applicant files and applies to the OLT, is it possible that all the community development, all the community improvements such as the affordable housing and the donation and wanting to be 3 bedrooms and all, or some 83 bedrooms and 2+ dens, could that all be taken? Could that be all taken away?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. Through the chair, during a appeal for refusal, the case would be brought de novo towards the OLT, which means it would be a new case. They would evaluate it from the beginning as if it's a new application. So anything that has been proposed up until this point could be off the table or on the table.
Okay. Can you just highlight what the original proposal was for this site by the applicant?
Sorry, through the chair, and is that in regards to community benefits or just in general?
It's just in general. What was the first what was the development like in the first kick of the can?
Yeah, so through the chair, the applicant initially proposed no 3-bedroom units. So through public comments and the neighborhood meeting, we heard a lot of comments that the community was looking for those types of units. So in the second reiteration of the project, the applicant has provided 13 guaranteed full 3-bedroom units, as well as we heard before, the 17 that could be converted by combining 2- and 1-bedroom units. So that was one major change. The applicant initially proposed to make a donation to an affordable housing provider, but there were no details really provided at the outset. So through the refinement of community consultation and staff and agency comments is when they came for the proposal for $500,000 at PSIC last week, and now an additional $1.5 million for that specific project on Albert Street.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ioannidis. Next up, I have Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor Verbanovic, and through you. I think this question is probably for Mr. Cronkite. I'm wondering about the whether you can comment on whether we're looking at improving cycling facilities on Park Street and Jubilee, where there's no current cycling facilities and it goes to just the one lane there.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think when we're talking about this site specifically, it's probably less important to focus on Park Street and more important to focus on the fact that this site does connect to Brom Street, which then directly connects to what I'll call the transit hub terminal, or the transit trail. So the trail that was extended from the Iron Horse Trail to the transit hub, it connects directly to the Iron Horse Trail to the downtown grid itself as well. So in terms of the network, all of that has already been planned. And this site is actually well served from a cycling connectivity perspective.
What about people though that are wanting to travel through the park and go that way and go towards Cortland?
Through the mayor, should you choose to go that way, you absolutely could. But the network has been structured in a way to provide multiple access points, and those access points exist and again are irreflective of this development itself.
Okay. Was wondering as well, when we did the traffic study, did we look at it in terms of the buildings that are in place right now on Victoria and the planned buildings that are coming, and as well as things like the Google parking garage that's being put up right now on Stewart Street, which would go right out to Park Street as well?
Through the mayor, so the short answer here is yes. When doing a traffic impact assessment, all known developments are included within that assessment as background traffic. In addition to that background traffic, to be as conservative as possible, there's actually a growth rate factored in as well to existing traffic. So essentially what you do when you're creating that background traffic to make assumptions, you make it as conservative as possible. And then you add the projected development from the development over and on top of that. And then that's what determines whether or not you need improvements within the immediate area. And that's the process that was done here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Chapman, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I may as well, since we've got you, Mr. Cronkite, on the screen, regarding the traffic study. Would staff be willing to redo the traffic study, but make it more comprehensive, right from King Street to Belmont along Victoria, and from Cherry Street to Cortland on Park? Because, and I'm not asking for this because I think the timing, if I'm not mistaken, of the previous study was done at a time when we were in the middle of COVID and lockdown. So it seems to me that to be able to get a more realistic overview of the impact of that this development and all the developments along Victoria Street will have in that intersection, an already very busy intersection, it would be useful to do another study. And I realized the developer did what they were asked to do, but we're months beyond when that was done.
Through the mayor, so I think it's when we start talking about the traffic study, being completely transparent, no, I don't support the initiation of an additional traffic study. That there's no real merit there. We can't enforce the developer to make changes beyond the immediate scope of the development. And what you're talking about goes well beyond that. That's a master planning scale. That's covered off in the region's transportation modeling, rather than doing through site-specific development. In terms of the development itself, though, I think it's important to understand the numbers. So when you look at Victoria Street South, beyond Park Street to the west, the traffic that's generated by this site is going to create roughly 67 vehicles westbound in the AM peak, and it's going to generate 67 vehicles eastbound in the PM peak, and vice versa. It's 22 eastbound in the AM peak, it's 67 eastbound in the PM peak. So we're not talking, while the development is very substantial, we're not talking about a demonstrative traffic projection headed to the westbound. And the numbers actually are very similar when you go east beyond Joseph Street. It's 44 eastbound in the PM peak, it's 61 eastbound in the AM peak. So again, while the site itself it is large, I think you've heard me say before, height doesn't equal traffic congestion. In this case, when we're looking at the numbers, there's just not a major concern here.
So this is 67 more vehicles just coming from that site, is what you're saying?
From the site itself, yes. Now,
Right.
keep in mind that the background traffic already accounts for all of the other developments in the area.
Right. Have you ever stood at, well, that's, I better be, I'll just leave it at that. Okay. I see, Mr. Reedman, you have your camera on. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Reedman.
Yes, through the mayor. In addition to the traffic study that was completed for this development, as part of the planning around rapid transit stations for the central area plan, a comprehensive traffic study was completed for the entire area that projected growth to 2031 and did not find significant challenges. It did find that there would be peak traffic congestion, which is normal for healthy cities to have at peak AM and PM peak time, but that factored in all of the growth to 2031 that was anticipated in the downtown core.
Okay, it seems I don't quite understand it all. When I go through that intersection walking mostly and it's occasionally in car, and I've seen traffic without the Garment Street building occupied and without this development being built and without the development between the glove box and this development being built. I've seen cars that can't get across Joseph Street on Victoria Street. That's how far backed up they are. And I know when trains go by on Victoria Street at the other end across Victoria Street, that backs traffic up substantially. So I'm always a bit puzzled by some of the traffic studies that we have. Should I key back in or do I have time for another question?
You have one more minute. Go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to ask maybe Mr. Schneider about the setbacks. So I spoke to you earlier this week and we talked about this very specific item, right? So, and you explained to me that we've got the curb and we've got the road right away, and we've got what the region is going to do or has done or will do is add 3 meters or 10 feet to the sidewalk as we see it today. So there'll be no movement of the curb, right? So we add an additional 3 meters. That 3 meters, the moment the region comes along to widen the road, will disappear and we'll be back to a sidewalk the size of what we have today. Is that correct?
Through the chair, there is an important distinction to make between a right-of-way and the road and the traveled portion of the road. So when the region would take the 3 meters at the site plan stage, should this application proceed, it would be in nominal fact only. They would start building from 10 meters in from where the current property line is, and the rest would become part of the right-of-way. Now, the right-of-way can be many things. It can be the traveled portion of the road, asphalt for cars, but it's also everything else in between. So the curb, the sidewalk, any landscaping, space for utilities, etc. So the designated road width on Regional Road 55, Victoria Street South, means that the region can ask for 3 meters and they would add that to the total right-of-way section. However, it doesn't necessarily mean that the region is going to widen the traveled portion of the road in kind, and that eventually more of that will be traveled portion of the road for vehicles. It could be many other things like wider sidewalks or cycling lanes. And the region has indicated in their comments that they are proposing to reconstruct the road in 2029.
So in 2029, would we not expect that 3 meters that we've added or that we've pushed the property line back, that will then be erased and we'll be back to the size of the sidewalk that we currently have?
Through the mayor, I'll take this one, Eric. Through the mayor, in terms of what you can, well, I don't know what the region's ultimate right-of-way looks like. I can tell you that in the region's transportation master plan, this section of Victoria Street has been identified for improved active transportation facilities, including cycling facilities. So I think what is safe to assume is that there will be improvements to the active transportation realm as part of the region's work on Victoria Street in 2029.
So as far as
okay, Councillor Chapman, we're way over, so I'll let you cue in again. I'm sorry. Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Mayor Urbanovic. I just want to follow up again with some of the questions that I was raising with regards to if this was to go to the OLT, can you give, so this would go against basically staff's recommendation, correct?
Through the mayor, staff is recommending approval of the zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment.
Okay, so that means we would have to hire an independent planner, independent all different consultants to support if council was to deny this and if the applicant was to appeal.
Through the mayor, yes, that is my understanding of it.
Okay, and could you give just even a high level estimate of what that would cost?
Maybe there's an opportunity here if I could assist. So where we've had previous OLT hearings or OMB hearings where a decision was made that was contrary to a staff recommendation, the city solicitor seeks council's feedbacks and works with council to determine how an appeal would be pursued as part of those hearings. So the decisions would have to be made on resourcing and the funding and costs associated with that resourcing. It is likely, and it is fairly typical when there is a staff recommendation in support of a development application. Should a decision be appealed, staff are subpoenaed by an applicant to provide evidence to support their own staff report. So in terms of the position council might take in any resource decisions to defend a council decision, if it's contrary to staff recommendation, that would be something that you would work with the city solicitor as part of your legal strategy.
Okay. And my last question, just out of curiosity, what's the distance from this property to the central transit hub?
Through the chair, it is approximately 600 meters.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ioannidis. Councillor Chapman, do you have any additional questions?
Yeah, thank you. At the last meeting, at the PSIC meeting, there was a question about the UGC boundary. And so I just wondered if we could get, I think I had asked for a provincial document that showed us where and when this boundary was established, because according to many of the sites on our city website, it excludes this corner. And I seem to recall, Mr. Stevenson, you said that it was mandated or determined by the province. And I was just hoping you could provide me with some documentation.
Certainly, through you, Mr. Mayor. The concept of the Urban Growth Center was first established in 2006 with the provincial policy statement direction to create the Places to Grow Act, as well as the Greenbelt Plan and the Growth Plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. So in 2006, it was a provincial initiative to introduce intensification targets, boundaries within the Urban Growth Center, as well as restrictions on settlement growth areas. There has been several versions of the growth plan since 2006, our most recent one in 2020, but that is the direction where the Urban Growth Center has come from. The boundary was determined by the province, and it's not specific. It's shown conceptually within the growth plan, but when that growth plan was created, we received appropriate files so that we could map those within our own official plan amendment, our own official plan. So the boundaries of the Urban Growth Center is determined by the province as part of the growth plan. There are some boundary differences within the maps that show the limit of a secondary plan area, which I think might have confused the issue. So we have boundaries of secondary plans that have a red line that looks similar to the boundary of the Urban Growth Center. And I think that was the point of confusion last week. The Urban Growth Center has not changed and will not change with this application.
So that you're saying that in 2006, the province, based on the growth plan, determined, or that the city drew those boundaries based on the provincial growth plan. And in 2020, it was modified. who mandated this modification, or how did this modification come to be?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So again, just a point of clarification, the boundaries were not drawn by the city. The boundaries of the urban growth center are provincial direction. So they were determined by the province and mandated to the city to implement within our own official plan documents and within the regional official plan. There have been, and when there are changes in provincial government, there are sometimes changes to the legislative body and the policies within the growth plan, as well as the provincial policy statement. And those, the most recent round of changes were from 2020. Fundamentally, the provincial direction of the growth plan, intensification, urban growth centers has not changed since 2016, but there has been some policy changes for the implementation over the years.
Well, maybe we should have to take this offline, but I'd really like to get a better understanding of how this works and see the documents that dictated the boundary that we're seeing today. And not in all places, in many places still on the site, it's showing the UGC without that corner. So yeah, I don't want to spend more time on it here. I guess that's all I have. I can't accept this this proposal the way it is. I think there are, well, I'll get to comments later. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll let you come back to comments. Okay, thank you. That appears to be the end of questions. So Councillor Chapman, if you can bring forward the recommendation.
Okay, so that the official plan amendment application OPA 21011 VES for Innovation Developments Kitchener Limited for the property municipally addressed as 146 to 162 Victoria Street South and 92 to 110 Park Street, requesting to add site-specific policy area 6 to map 4, the urban growth center downtown of the official plan, and to add site-specific policy 15D 269 to facilitate a mixed-use development having 1,124 residential units and 1,750 square meters of commercial space with a floor space ratio of 11.7 be adopted in the form shown in the official plan amendment attached to Development Services Department report DSD 2022-263 as attachment A, and accordingly forwarded to the Regional Municipality of Waterloo for approval, and that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 21017 VES for Innovation Developments Kitchener Limited be approved in the form shown in the proposed bylaw and map number 1 attached to Development Services Department report DSD 2022-263 as attachment B, and further that in accordance with Planning Act section 45, that is 1.3 and 1.4, applications for minor variances shall be permitted for lands subject to zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 21017 VES.
Okay, thank you. And that's seconded by, I guess, your Vice Councillor Davey, you're seconding that? Thank you. Okay, I'll go to comments, please. Councillor Davey.
Yes, thank you. I just want to start back from where we finished off at Planning Committee last week. We deferred the item with 3 major issues, as I recall, for the developer to work on. The first was the number of, I'm just going to call them family units. There was 13 3-bedroom units in this nearly 1,200 unit complex. They've come back now, including 2 bedrooms plus den, which obviously would count for many as a 3-bedroom. That number is now 80. That problem is solved. Check. Okay. The second issue is affordable housing, and this is something that I was never really privy to that Councillor Chapman raised, and that is the idea that speculators could come in, purchase these 50 units, and flip them without them being affordable in a perpetuity. This was new information to me. I've spoke with the developer 2 or 3 times this week, myself trying to figure out a solution, and they, to their credit, figured out a solution. There's 48 units that will be affordable in perpetuity. Check. The final issue we sent them away with was the traffic study. Traffic study is something that I didn't personally focus on. This isn't the ward that I represent. I'm not completely familiar with the challenges of that intersection, but the reality is our professional traffic staff that we have to advise us in this decision has come back and said that it will work. If yes, council is more than welcome to disagree with that position, but the reality is the developer came back with definitely 2 of the 3 things that we asked for in terms of compromise, and the third is being supported by our staff. So our options here really are defer it further, in which case I believe the developer will be in a position to go to the OLT, or refuse it, in which case the developer will almost certainly go to the OLT. And council needs to be aware that we could very possibly stand to lose some of the compromises that we've made here. So this is the decision that we're making, and I don't really like from my vantage. I would have moved it, but I'm happy to second it. As we move forward with some of these challenges, we'll be able to change things in terms of better green buildings and more affordable housing, but that is not the state that we're in now. We have no ability to demand these things. So I think this is the best possible development we're going to get at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, I wouldn't be afraid of the OLT. I think, if anything, we're not going to lose anything. We might come up with a better end product if in fact it were to go to appeal. I can't support this proposal. Yes, I agree. The developer has moved on some of the issues. I do have great concerns about the traffic with this many new units and with the traffic that already exists in this stretch of roadway. I have concerns with the transition. We have these policies and we have these documents in place, and it's like they're for naught. Not to mention that we're building far beyond what the current zoning bylaws permit. So I can't support it. I think it's a very developable piece of land, no question, and I support that. It's just what would when I spoke to the developer earlier this week, I said, yeah, let's develop it. How about putting that big tall tower back in the corner, furthest away from Victoria Street and furthest away from Park, at another tower beside it, up against Park Street, and then have a row of townhouses that front on the rest of Park and the front of Victoria Street, and have a green space meandering through and in front of the townhouses. Make it a welcoming space, because if it is the entrance to the city, then let's make it the entrance to the city if that's what we want to call it. It doesn't mean we have to lose anything other than some units, but we already know we surpassed our density ratios in the downtown core. So I certainly, as I said, I would not be afraid of an appeal if it were to come to that, because I think there are enough things that will be saved and enough things that could be worked on to make this far more amenable and compatible with the space that we're talking about here. So I will not be supporting it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Chapman. Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Mayor Urbanovic. I agree wholeheartedly with what Councillor Davey had mentioned. I was the one initially who put up the deferral and had the traffic concerns. And, I had the time to look over the traffic study and, get some more feedback with regards to the traffic. And regardless, there is going to be a form of a development here, whether it's 2/3 of the size, as Councillor Chapman is even mentioning. Traffic is still going to be an issue because it's really not going to change the numbers that much. And that's a study done by professionals. That's a fact. The other fact is this is literally 600 meters away from the Central Transit Hub. That, to me, gives us no hope and prayer when it comes to the OLT with regards to justifying us turning down this application if it goes to the OLT, which I'm pretty sure it would, because this is a significant development and it would be probably in their best interest too. So to me, we have no choice other than to go with the good faith that we've discussed with staff to bring these community benefits as the items that Councillor Davey had mentioned. I think we'd be again not negotiating in good faith. We gave staff that directive, and now they came back and gave us all the things that we asked for, and all of a sudden, nope, we're not going to do this now, because really we weren't going to support this to begin with. And you know, it's kind of funny how a week and a half ago everyone was talking about intensification with the regional official plan, and here we are back to where we always are, fighting against intensification. I just find it just so ironic and very hypocritical by us when we discuss these issues time and time again.
Thank you, Councillor Arnettis. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, this is another here we go again. We're well on our way to getting a tower on every corner of almost every street in our community. I've been amazed at the people from the neighborhood who have come forward, who've done their homework, have made some very good cases of why things aren't going to work the way it's being planned now. Yes, I'm aware that we did come up with some issues, and the developer has gone away and brought back responses to them. It clearly shows to me that the developer wants this very badly, and they are prepared to do what it takes to get what they want. Sometimes I think we need to say no, and this is on one of the occasions, and I know members of council are going to hold up the OLT warning. You know, we can't do anything. We're just going to go to the OLT. It comes to the point where if staff recommends it and it goes along with it, well, why do we waste our time on council here discussing it, arguing about it? Because it's a done deal. The OLT is going to approve it. So I think there are a lot of good points that have been brought forward that need to be dealt with in future buildings. I mean, the points that Mr. McDonald, the architect, brought forward tonight about how buildings that they cite are not really great. They're not intuitive to social connection. Very good points, but that doesn't seem to bother. We're a council that we want to, as I say, we want to have a tower on every corner, and we will never say no to any requests. And again, I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gazzola. Any further questions or comments, rather? Okay, if not, those in favor. Those.
We have a recorded vote. Sorry. We have a
Uh,
recorded vote.
Sure, we can do that. So we'll start with, I'll start with Ward 9, Councillor Chapman.
I'm opposed.
Ward 10 noted there was a conflict. Ward 8, Councillor Johnson.
Opposed.
Ward 7, Councillor Ioannidis.
In favor.
Ward 6, there is a conflict. Ward 5, Councillor Galloway Seelock.
I'm opposed.
Ward 4, Councillor Michaud.
I'm opposed.
Ward 3, Councillor Gazzola.
Opposed.
Ward 2, Councillor Schneider.
I'm in favor.
Ward 1, Councillor Davey.
I'm in favor.
And I'm opposed as well. So the motion doesn't carry. Okay, thank you to everyone for your input this evening. We'll now move on to the next item on the, do folks need 5 minutes for a bio break? We've been sitting for, okay, it's 10:09. Let's come back at 10:15, please. Okay. If folks are ready, we will move on then to our next item. Just bear with me. Okay, our next item is 6.4 pertaining to 7.1.a heritage permit application for 1620 Queen Street North and construction of a new 34-story multi-unit residential building. Diksha Chowdhury, our heritage planner, is here to speak to the item, and Garrett Stevenson is also here. We've also received a written submission from Laura New, and then we do have 3 sets of delegations on this item. And so I would invite Diksha to make staff's presentation. Thank you, Diksha. Welcome.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to present these 2 heritage permits that are up for consideration. They went to Heritage Kitchener at the June 7th, 2022 meeting. And essentially, the 2 permits are divided into 2 different things. One permit was for the partial demolition of the existing building at 16 to 20 Queen Street North. And the other heritage permit was for the new construction of the 34-story residential tower that's going to go up there. Council had already passed a resolution on June 28, 2021 to designate the facade and some portions of the return of the building. So in continuation of that, a site plan application was received and has been approved in principle. And these 2 heritage permits were made as conditions to be approved as part of the final site plan approval. So to continue the process of making this development a success, these heritage permits have come forward. They were considered at Heritage Committee, at which they went against staff recommendations, and they're here before you.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions of staff rather. Councillor Marsh.
Yeah, thanks. So it's my understanding that there's a bylaw that will be passed or that is being proposed to be passed today with regard to the designation of the property to become as being of historic and cultural heritage value or interest. Can you please expand on that bylaw and tell us what specifically is being noted as of value or interest?
Certainly. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Marsh, Council had passed a resolution on June 28, 2021 to designate the exterior front facade and some portions of the returns of the building. As part of that notice to intention to designate, a statement of significance was then published along with the notice of intention to designate that designated just the front facade attributes. So in continuation of that, the bylaw contains those heritage attributes that have been identified. Simply put, just the front facade and the portions of the returns of the building.
Say the last part you just said, the facade and the
2 side elevations that will be retained.
Okay, so nothing on the interior at this moment is being proposed to be designated.
No, so the notice of intention to designate only included the exterior heritage attributes, and that's only what can be designated as per council's direction.
Okay, so I'm a little confused about why. Okay, that's fine. I will. Those are all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have some additional ones. Councillor Michaud.
Thank you. Yes, Diksha, I'm a little confused, I'll, full disclosure here, I was not at the last Heritage meeting. I couldn't make that. So, but I did get the impression that perhaps some of the no, maybe I won't put that way. How do I ask this? Okay, so how did they get back to Heritage? Like, how did this come back to Heritage? It was already approved by council. So I know you explained something about a bylaw, but I couldn't understand you. I couldn't hear you clearly. Could you maybe reiterate it again?
Absolutely. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So after council passed a resolution to designate the front facade and some portions of the side elevations, we had a site plan application come in for this development. As part of the conditions for approval for that site plan application, the condition was made to obtain 2 heritage permits, one for the partial demolition and one for the new construction. So those 2 heritage permits were submitted to city staff, who then prepared a report, and that went before Heritage Kitchener. Along with that, the notice of intention to designate was already published last year. So the designating bylaw that is before council today is just to formalize the process.
I'm still confused at this. I'm sorry. I maybe if someone else can explain how this happened.
Mr. Stevenson, maybe you can simplify it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So there's 2 different processes that are happening here. So council will remember that in last June, council published a notice to designate the property, and that was limited to the front facade and the side returns. So that is what the bylaw is in front of council this evening. The redevelopment, so the balance of the construction of the site, those required heritage permit applications, and those heritage permit applications were presented to Heritage Kitchener for comment, and staff tonight are recommending approval of both heritage permit applications as well as the designating bylaw. So the designating bylaw is a return to council, and the heritage permit applications flow from Heritage Kitchener to council for consideration.
So can I ask one more question, Mr. Mayor? Or
Yeah.
am I okay? So what does this mean for the applicant, the developer? What does this mean for them then? Because I thought, I mean, did they not think that they could go ahead with the plan, or am I still missing something here? And forgive me.
So through you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry. Okay, who's hand?
Mr. Stevenson? Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, go ahead, Garrett.
I can try to answer, and if and then perhaps Garrett can assist me. So as I explained, as part of the site plan application that came in, it has received approval in principle. So that approval in principle letter had a number of cultural heritage conditions, one of which was to obtain these heritage permits. Because the notice of intention to designate has already been passed by council, the existing building has to be treated as if it's designated. So,
okay.
Yes. And so that's why also a designating bylaw is being brought forward to formalize the process, because the notice of intention has already passed.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. Thank you.
Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor Vrivanovic. So have there been any changes? Is the developer trying to make changes to demolish part of the facade or go against any of what we've already designated?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, not to my knowledge, Councillor Schneider, the heritage impact assessment that went to Heritage Kitchener involved the same development that's before council today.
Okay, so there's no changes being proposed by the developer. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. That clears it up for me.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Diksha, were you at that meeting?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, I was not working for the city when this notice of intention was passed.
So it was attended by Ms. Malone, correct?
I believe it was Victoria Grown. Garrett, maybe you can assist here.
Mr. Mayor, I'm wondering for a point of clarification if Councillor Ioannidis is speaking to the Heritage Committee meetings earlier this month or the council meeting last year when the notice to pass a designating bylaw was approved by council.
I'm referring to the meeting that was last month, the one that I watched online.
Yes, so at Heritage Kitchener, Diksha and myself, as well as Tina Malone Wright, were present for that meeting.
Okay. what was the sentiment of the committee at that meeting? Because what I saw and witnessed, they weren't arguing the merits of the demolition. They were re-arguing the merits of council's approval of the heritage designation that we provided. Because was that the sentiment?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so there was discussion about the redevelopment as well as discussion about the demolition as part of those Heritage Committee discussions. So ultimately, the Heritage Committee voted that the applications for the Heritage Permit application should be refused. And that's why the recommendation to flow through on the agenda this evening is recommending refusal.
Okay.
The applicant has been working with staff through the site plan process and through the heritage permit application to implement the direction that was approved by council on June 28th, 2021. So that's why staff remain committed and remain supportive of the designating bylaw as well as the heritage permit applications to redevelop the site, the partial demolition, and to designate the front facade and the returns in accordance with that council resolution.
Okay, I'll wait for my comments. Thank you.
Councillor Gazzola.
I'm not clear as to who brought forward the designating bylaw. Was that brought forward by city staff, or did that come out of a zoning change approval given to the developer? If it was a designation coming from Heritage Committee, for example, they would have designated the entire building, not just the facade. And that's why I'm not clear as to where this designation has come from.
Mr. Stevenson?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the designating bylaw follows the council resolution of June 28th, 2021. So while the heritage permit applications to implement the vision that was considered as part of that proposal back in 2021 was not supported by Heritage Kitchener this month, the designating bylaw and staff's recommendation remain unchanged and recommending the designation of the front facade and the returns, as well as approval of the heritage permit application for the redevelopment and the partial demolition. So the bylaw that's attached to the agenda directly implements the council resolution from June 2021.
I'm still not clear as to how that council resolution passed the designating bylaw, because was that part of the developer's application? Like I say, if I can't remember the vote before council as to whether the entire building should have been designated or just the facade. Where was that decision dealt with?
Mr. Stevenson?
Again, at the June 28, 2021 meeting, there was a lengthy debate about what should be designated, what should be retained. At the end of the day, the council resolution was to designate the front facade and the side returns only. And that's what the bylaw that's attached to tonight's agenda is achieving. We have to implement the resolution of the council decision from June 28, 2021.
So just for clarity's sake for everyone, this is not unlike when we approve, no parking somewhere or change of speed somewhere. There's a bylaw that needs to go along with it. Council made a decision, as has been noted, in June of 2021. And this is the corresponding bylaw that needs to implement the decision of council. And it's coming before us a year later. There are some other components through the site plan process that we're also dealing with this evening. Does that answer your question, Councillor Gazzola?
It sort of answers my question, but it's something that's really slipped my mind the way it happened. I don't remember the debate. I remember the discussion, the developer putting forward the plans, and the developer stating that in order for their plans to go ahead, they were going to destroy most of the building and just keep the facade. And I gather in council approving where they were going, that automatically gave them that automatically limited the designate of what was designated. So I didn't see it that way. So
Okay,
that's.
thank you, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor Verbanovic. And just to go back to what Councillor Ioannidis's question was earlier, or to clarify what he had asked, it sounds like that perhaps did the Heritage Committee change the decision that we had made, and now we're going back to redo that decision? I think we're all a little bit confused tonight, and also wondering why this came back to committee. And I'm sorry, I am wondering about this.
Okay, do you want to try again, Mr. Stevenson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for an opportunity to try to clarify again. So in June 2021, there was discussion about this proposal. And at the first step of that process, council resolved that the building, the front facade, and the side returns were to be designated. The applicant then took that direction and has followed our development review process, has submitted a site plan application, and has submitted a heritage permit application for the partial demolition of the building, as well as a heritage permit application for the redevelopment of the building. Heritage Kitchener's decision not to support the heritage permit applications was contrary to the council direction from 2021. However, the Heritage Kitchener Committee has the ability to make a decision in that regard. Staff's position has not changed. Staff are supportive of the designation, as it's the most protective way to ensure that the front facade and the side returns of the building are protected. Staff are supportive of the demolition, and as Deeksha has noted, there are conditions of site plan approval for temporary installation to protect the facade during construction, a remediation plan, an inventory of all the heritage resources in the building, and all of the important heritage work that has been discussed will be undertaken prior to any construction or prior to any building permits being issued. And staff remain supportive of the redevelopment with a new residential use. So the reason it's in front of you tonight is because the heritage permit applications float through. Yes, Heritage Committee decision is contrary to the council direction from 2021, and in this case is contrary to the staff recommendation. All right.
Clear as mud. Councillor Chapman.
I think I understand what's going on, but my question would be, if council were to reject or oppose what's being proposed here, what would happen? Like if we were to take the same position that Heritage Kitchener took and refuse to accept this proposal, then what would the outcome be? Like where would that leave the developer? Where would that leave the facade, the whole property?
So I would, through you, Mr. Mayor, I would assume that the developer would appeal the decision to the OLT, and they would appeal that decision because they have followed the process that was outlined as part of the original council resolution. And then this decision would be contrary to the resolution of council from June 2021. So this matter would then be in front of the OLT.
So it's not just about introducing a bylaw for something that's already been approved. It would actually mean that the developer could not go ahead with the facade and the development as proposed if he voted against it.
What would happen is the entire decision-making process on what could be redeveloped, what would be designated, all of the conditions of site plan approval, likely the developer would appeal all of that, and all of the decision-making would then be in front of the OLT and not in front of council and not in front of staff.
Okay. then I don't think I understood as much as I thought I had, but thank you.
Okay, last question, then we'll proceed with the delegations because there are 3 delegations on this item. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, and I think it's absolutely fair when you said this is as clear as mud, because again, we have delegations on this. We had a Heritage Committee has gone contrary to something that Council has already approved. And if we were to go ahead and support that, the Heritage Committee's decision, wouldn't this councillor be then reconsidering something that we've already taken a step on? And technically a notice for reconsideration would be required even beforehand?
So my understanding, and Mr. Stevenson can help me here, or if he can't, perhaps the clerk can, but the reality is that we are simply implementing now with the bylaw, the decision that was made by council last year. I do think, so let's leave that part there. Then we have to deal with the other 2 pieces that have come out of the committee separately.
Okay, I just want to make sure that if there is any motion that goes contrary to the previous council decision, then it should be a notice to reconsider. It should not be just taken as a new motion, because we've already made a decision on this.
Yep.
We've given direction to staff, and speaking on this in any contrary to this, I think it's unnecessary, and I think it doesn't follow the rules as well. But okay, thank you. We'd love to see how this proceeds.
Yep. So we'll continue on now with the delegations. So the first delegation is Dan Curry and Rachel Redshaw from MHBC Planning, agents for the property owner. Welcome, Mr. Curry.
Thank you, Mayor Verbanovic. Rachel is with me, but I'll speak tonight, and I just have a few brief comments. The purpose of my comments are to support the staff recommendation, and in particular the designation bylaw and the heritage permits. So we've been involved with this project from the beginning and have undertaken the heritage planning work on this project. And as stated before, the designation bylaw is the implementation of the council direction from a year ago. And I can confirm that the development has not changed from what was proposed and what was considered by the HIA and the designation bylaw. The heritage attributes and the statement of significance are consistent, and the developer and we have not recommended any changes to staff or to our client. And the second point I'd like to make is in regard to the heritage permits. So as mentioned by Ms. Chowdhury, there's 2 permits that are required. Because there's a partial demolition, there needs to be a heritage permit for that partial demolition, and then a heritage permit for the new construction. And both of those permits have several conditions that are attached to those permits, and those conditions need to be fulfilled before the permits are valid, and before then any demolition or any construction can occur. And that's really what we've been working on with staff for this whole year, is that, among other things, the conditions specify and identify a number of technical reports and plans that need to be completed. And the purpose of those those plans and reports is to ensure that the retained portion of the building is protected during construction, stabilized, then that it's restored, and then it's conserved over the long term. And so most of those plans and studies have been completed and submitted to staff, and staff's role will be to review those. There's a few that are still being finalized, but will be submitted shortly. And as noted, I think by Mr. Stevenson, there's the site plan approval process that's going on. So all of these processes harmonize towards that site plan approval. So both Rachel and I would be happy if there's any questions that council may have to assist with those. But my whole point of the presentation is that we support the designation bylaw as written, the heritage permits as written, and urge council to approve those tonight. Thank you.
We do have some questions for you, Councillor Singh.
Sorry, it's from before.
Oh, okay, apologies. Okay, thank you, Mr. Curry. There don't appear to be any questions. Thank you for coming in. Our next, where did my script go? Bear with me 1 second. Our next delegation is Tyler Ulmer from Momentum Developments, representing the applicant.
Hello, thank you, Mayor. So I want to be really respectful of council's time. I don't have much to add beyond what Dan had said earlier. Just that we're really excited to move forward with this project. Working with staff has been great. It is the same project that we presented to you a year ago. So we're just really looking forward to the next steps. We've got a great heritage team behind us. That's everyone from planners to engineers and contractors. Everyone's really experienced. They've done this sort of work dozens of times, and we're really looking forward to moving forward. But I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Ulmer? Councillor Marsh.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks for joining us this evening. I'm curious about back a year ago when we were discussing the need to document the interior. There was discussion around taking photos and some kind of a virtual video tour. Can you tell us about any progress on that?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So we did 4 different types of documentation. The first step was just high quality photos. We went through with a photographer and a really good camera and took pictures of the entire building and any important attributes. The second thing we did was the virtual tour that you mentioned. It's similar to what you'd see in a lot of real estate listings, where you can sort of walk through the building, zoom in on different things, and it's a real photo documentation of the entire building. The third thing we did was LiDAR scans, so like a 3D scan of the entire interior and exterior of the building. So we have that in a computer file where you can zoom in on a crack in the wall. It's extremely detailed, and it really recreates the entire building in 3D. And then the final thing we did was another type of 3D scanning. This one was using lasers. It's a lot more refined than the previous type of scanning we did. So we did this on some of the interior attributes that we're looking to recreate in the new building. So it's not as big of a scale as the other type of 3D scanning, but it's a lot more accurate. It's something that we can reproduce with a 3D printer or a CNC machine or molds. There's a lot of options for what we can do with it.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's a very good detailed answer. And I'm just curious then, for public consumption, will you be posting this on your website or providing it to like the library or the city? Where is it going to live for the members of the public to see it?
Yeah, so I believe it's with the library. It'll definitely be public. We're happy to share all 4 of the different file or photo documentation types.
Okay.
But I believe it's the library that it'll be hosted through.
Okay, maybe we'll work with staff to confirm, the best spot for that. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Michaud.
Thank you, and thanks, Tyler, for coming out tonight. A question: if the Heritage Committee's recommendations were approved tonight, what would that do to the process that you've been going to up to now? What would happen in the process that you're in? Where would it leave you?
So that would be if the Heritage Committees they did not approve our permits.
Right.
So if that was held.
Yeah.
So definitely not an expert. I've been getting a crash course in heritage through all this, but I believe that we would have an option to appeal and then go to the provincial body.
So how far into the process are you now? Where are you at? Just kind of a high level, I guess, that everybody can understand.
Definitely a very good question. So after this meeting a year ago, when we had the designation voted on, we were very supportive of that designation and an easement to go along with it. So since then, we've furthered our drawings, really refined our proposal, gotten approval in principle, and started marketing and selling units as well.
Okay.
So very far along. Depending on some things like bank financing and stuff like that, we could start very soon.
Okay.
Start constructing very soon.
And last question, were you at the Heritage Committee meeting? Did you present?
Yes, I was. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Tyler, my apologies ahead. It may be a redundant question, but hearing your reply to Councillor Michaud's question regarding how much you've gone with the development process and planning, I'm assuming all this tremendous work has been put in primarily in good faith from the last decision that this council has. And I don't know, maybe it's a statement more than a question.
You cut out there, Councillor Singh. Can you repeat that?
No, I was just asking Tyler. I'm assuming that all this work has gone in place in anticipation that this project will proceed forward from good faith that the council has already made a decision in the past.
Thank you for that question. Yes, definitely. And then once the notice to designate was published and there was no appeals on it, then we definitely took that as good reason to move forward with our project.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there don't appear to be any further questions for you. Thanks a lot, Tyler, for coming in and for waiting so patiently to get to this point. Our last delegate on this item is Carl Kessler from the Architectural Conservancy of Ontario. Welcome, Mr. Kessler.
Thank you very much, Mayor Verbanovic and Council. I'll take a few seconds of my 5 minutes to invite any of you to ask me a little bit more about maybe what happened a year ago. It's not you, it is very confusing. And I do have some recollections of that myself. ACO local branches are established from the grassroots when Ontario communities specifically express the need for advocacy towards selective and moderate conservation and stewardship of their built fabric. Branches help their communities think about local buildings of all kinds in context and offer perspectives on the potential and care of buildings within local landscapes. And that's why, as 1620 Queen North comes before you again, ACO is bound by its purpose to speak on it. Various points of view on this development proposal have been expressed at Council, Heritage Kitchener, to city staff, in local media and elsewhere. And it's been suggested that conserving intact, when appropriate, some of the best of our existing buildings meaningfully impedes urban intensification, housing affordability, or even development generally. But that's not been demonstrated. That we can either conserve or develop, but not both, is a false dichotomy. It's been suggested that opponents to this demolition are really motivated by NIMBYism towards tall buildings. But the development has been opposed because it requires the demolition of this building, because heritage buildings of its caliber and type and potential are very rare. And as for NIMBYism, the downtown's not a backyard. It's the city's collective front yard, where decisions about individual lots affect everybody. It's been suggested that designating an interior could set a precedent that significantly undermines private property rights, but that's not been demonstrated. History, including the past year for 1620 Queen, suggests the opposite. In fact, what has clearly been a precedent, clearly because of its repetition, is the removal from our landscape of high quality buildings such as this. It's been implied that removing this existing building, save for its street facade and for salvaging interior pieces, is the best choice here towards helping to revitalize the downtown, but that's not been convincingly demonstrated. But it does sound familiar. A similar argument was made when Downtown Shopping Mall replaced the 1924 Kitchener City Hall in Public Square. It's been suggested that mainly due to soil contamination, removing nearly all of the existing building is the only feasible way to adaptively reuse or redevelop here. But city staff a year ago advised that other options could be explored, which include investigating remediation that might spare more of the building. To our recollection, these options were superseded by a facade-only designation introduced at council. In fact, demolition seems necessitated only by the particular way we're choosing to use the city lot. It has been demonstrated, including in the original heritage impact assessment, that inside and out 1620 Queen North is exemplary cultural heritage. The interior is, if it's still as it was a year ago, and it sounds like it is, a beautifully executed example of its kind. It's a trove of local building craft designed by the same local architect who created the 1924 City Hall, which inside had much in common with this interior. To illustrate, ACO refers council to our fall 2021 newsletter, which was shared with you. It has been demonstrated, we believe, that the fate of this building lies at the intersection of property rights, cultural preferences, city planning, and political will, and all of that's negotiable and fair enough. But for us to suggest, in light of the evidence, that the more compelling reasons to demolish really lie elsewhere, it seems disingenuous to us. It has been demonstrated that it's extremely difficult for a building to gain protection if its owner is opposed. But the cultural or artistic significance of a building doesn't depend on its ownership at the moment. Its disposition as real estate depends on that. Without better reconciling these, as things now stand, cultural heritage is a practical irrelevance. Now, we can argue about whether it's ever warranted to keep more than the front wall of a great heritage building. But if we agree that in some cases it is warranted, then this surely was the time to do it. Thank you for listening tonight on a very long night for you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kessler. Any questions? Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you for coming in. So I just want to get your perspective on what we're doing here tonight. Like, so we're talking about getting, just sort of approving a bylaw that was already passed in council. So it's kind of a weird position. You said that you had some recollection or insights you might want to give us from back in last year when this came to council and to heritage.
Thanks for the question.
Point of order, Mayor.
Go ahead.
The line of questioning is getting along with regards to a decision that we already made. So I'm not sure where this is relating to demolition.
I think it's well, I'll allow the question to be answered, and then we'll see where it goes from there. Go ahead, Mr.
Well, this heritage permit application is before you for some reason that's beyond my understanding. But as it's here before you, that's why I'm speaking to it. So I think what's going on here is that it's coming back as it was due to come back for a revised approval. And so ACO is speaking again as the opportunity has presented itself in protest of this development / demolition. It's I believe what happened last year was Heritage Kitchener voted 9-1 in favor of designating the entire outside and some of the inside. The city staff report included a lot of different ideas, including I think many that ended up not being followed through on or even explored because at council, right there at the meeting that you've been referring to in late June, a new designation bylaw was presented, and that's all fine, but ACO didn't bring this back to council. I'm not sure how all that happened. That's something for you to figure out, but just what's happening here is that then it went to Heritage Kitchener. They've rejected the new heritage permit applications, and that means it comes, well, it was coming before council anyway, and so we're taking the opportunity to protest it for all the reasons that I outlined.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to need a motion to go past 11. I need, so moved by Councillor Michaud, seconded by Councillor Marsh. Need 2/3, I believe, Madam Clerk, is that correct?
Through you, the mayor, to council, it is unanimous vote.
Okay, so I need a unanimous vote to go past 11. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Okay, next is Councillor Johnson.
Yes, I would like to call the question, please.
Okay. We can do that. Actually, nobody's moved the motion yet, so I would need someone to move a motion.
I can move it and call it, can I?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, before we pass a motion, the Heritage Kitchener recommendation is in the negative. Where possible, if council could please ensure that the motion that goes on the floor is in the affirmative, as whatever motion is passed currently, if it is lost, it will be the opposite. So if council puts the Heritage Kitchener recommendation on the floor for refusal of the heritage permit applications and that motion loses, you will essentially be approving them.
Okay, so can you tell us what the motion should be then?
That's correct. The heritage permit application recommendations that are in the chair notes include what was brought forward by staff. You just need to change the words "be refused" to "be approved." So the conditions which were recommended by heritage planning staff were also included in the agenda. So that pursuant to, I can provide you with a screen share if you wish.
Yes, please do. Please,
yes, that would
I
be
think
lovely.
council would appreciate that.
That's no problem.
So these are specifically the heritage permit applications. The bylaw we won't deal with till later on.
That is correct.
Okay.
So I'm just changing it, amending it quickly so that we can do a quick screen share together. So if you'll notice, heritage permit application noted as number 1, you have a heritage permit application HPA 2022-410 be approved, including the following conditions. You'll notice heritage permit application 2022-0411 be approved. So those are your 2 recommendations, which are now in the affirmative.
Okay. So there has been a motion made by Councillor Johnson. Is there a seconder? Councillor Singh, thank you. Madam Clerk, so because it's been called to question, just can you remind me, please?
Yes, we need to vote on calling the question.
Councillor Gazzola and Councillor Michaud still have their hands up. Can you remind me? Do I just pass over them or remind me what the
Yes, we must
rules
call the
say?
question. So we must, the will of council has to determine whether the debate will stop. So you have a motion to call the question, which has been moved and seconded, and it needs to be voted on.
Okay, so those in favor of calling it to question? Those opposed?
Wait a minute, do we not even get a chance to comment on what's before it?
Oh, Councillor Gazzola, though, that's the process. That's Robert's rules and in our procedural bylaw.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Okay, well,
the least you should do is allow us to make a comment.
Councillor
Not
Gazzola.
all of a sudden, if I had known that that's the way we're going to practice our democracy here, I would have said to hell with going past the 11th hour. Now, come on. Now, all of a sudden, we're gonna call an end to the meeting.
Hey, Councillor Gazzola, that was, so I will again ask for the vote. All those in favor? Those opposed? The motion carries. So we're now taking the vote on the motion that was on the screen. Those in favor, actually, I need a mover for that. Councillor Ioannidis, seconded by Councillor Schneider. All those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. Okay, moving on. 6.5, referring to 7.2 C, the No Conversion Practices Policy Investigation Report. Ms. Ellen Morlag-Silk is here to answer any questions. And we have one delegation, Daniel or Danny Chirilenko. Did I pronounce that correctly, Danny?
Yes, you did.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, please.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Daniel Nathan Chirilenko, and I appear tonight before this council in support of this report as written, as a delegate of No Conversion Waterloo Region, and as a survivor of attempts to change my sexual orientation. I would first like to take the time to applaud this body for the actions taken in November 2021 to pass the motion that formally denounced conversion therapy and practices, while also making it a priority to investigate further policy actions that could be taken in tandem with developments at the federal level. It was a very emotional moment for me to witness the leaders within the city validating my experiences and acknowledging the negative impact these practices can have on victims. My personal experience started when I was just in 8th grade, before I even had a good grasp on what being gay meant, and before I dared to apply the term to myself. This was a time when the bullying over my so-called gay mannerisms was already in full swing. My peers seemed to have picked up on a latent detail about my identity, a detail that I had not yet even noticed at that point. And the bullying was not even the worst part of growing up gay. Things rapidly became worse as I fell victim to the institutional church's teaching that people can change their sexual orientation. The years that led to my adulthood were marked by a fervent focus on my faith, in the hopes that somehow, through that same faith, my homosexuality would give way to an attraction towards women. I leaned heavily on prayer, on fasting, where I would deprive myself of food and water for periods of time, counsel from clergy, and what I thought was moral support. But as we know with conversion practices, the goalposts always shift, and the onus for inevitably failing to change is always leveled towards the victim of the practice, not the practitioner. Maybe if I just prayed harder, maybe if I just deprived myself of food and water and fast for longer periods of time, or maybe if I just had more faith. The backdrop of these shifting goalposts was a vitriolic strain of homophobia from clergy, laity, and peers that demanded that I also justify my existence. It wasn't enough that I was trying to change, but I also had to provide explanations why I still deserve to be respected as an individual, as a human. What ensued was a cycle of disappointment, self-loathing, mental anguish over the growing perception that I would never have a normal life, and the desire to die as a result. In contrast, ever since I've made the decision to start my coming out process in 2018 and to embrace my sexuality, I felt a personal liberation, which my fearful adolescent self only dared to think of. But the damage from the previous years have been long-lasting, informing how I view myself, how I interact with others, and how I interact with my faith. As I mentioned earlier, November 2021 was a pivotal moment for the city of Kitchener. And while the federal government has criminalized conversion therapy since, more can be done at the municipal level to ensure that municipal facilities are not used by individuals and organizations to promote conversion practices, and that such individuals and organizations don't benefit from taxpayer funds via municipal community grants. Furthermore, the recommendations of this report would be in line with the legislation passed by the federal government. Full acceptance of this report and its recommendations would only further demonstrate solidarity with the LGBT community, and in particular its survivors, but it would also make it clear to the residents of the city that conversion therapy and its practices must be relegated to the ash heap of history. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chirilenko. Are there any questions for the delegation? Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, I really don't have a question, but I really do want to thank you for coming in and for telling your story. And I fully support what's being proposed here. And I know, you know, there can always be more that we can do. And I'm sure staff will guide us along that trail as we get through these steps. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, that appears to be the only question. So thank you again for coming in and reflecting on this with us. It's been an important issue for our council. Okay, with that, does somebody care to bring that recommendation forward? Councillor Chapman, is there a second, or Councillor Galloway-Seelock? Thank you. Any further discussion? Not those in favor, those opposed, that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we'll now move on to places and spaces, item 7.3.c. And I do want to note that both Mr. Lobley and Mr. Paris are here from staff. If there are any questions, I understand staff do have some proposed amendments to the resolution, and so I'll have those go on the screen. There are also written submissions from Zach Zaire of the Zaire Group, Margaret Walton Roberts, MHBC Planning, Polo Corp, Gwen Wheeler, GGFI Law, Peggy Nichols, Melissa Miller, Susan Fulop, Ann Smith, and Momentum Developments. And then we also have 4 delegations who are here for this item. Wondering if staff can go through the proposed amendments, please.
Good evening, members and council. Thank you, Mayor Vranovic. Yes, so there's just a few amendments that staff are suggesting based on the consultation engagement that was done through committee cycle and over the past few weeks, just in the basis of what we've heard from members of council and through the committee cycle there. So the first one is extending the transitional clause, which we proposed to be 12 months at committee, extending that out to 24 months, so providing a 2-year term. Doesn't change who's in the transitional clause, but it does provide a greater window for opportunity for people to move through from the point of application, deemed complete application, to receiving full approval in principle. We're also suggesting some points of clarification and clarity. So paragraph C being clarified there to make sure that it reflects the 24-month term. So the only change there is 12 to 24 months. And then adding a new paragraph D, really to reflect the intent of the policy, is that nobody that is in that transition window should be penalized if, for reasons beyond their control, an applicant's control, their application stalls. So if, for example, an application has been presented to council, presented to the city, presented to staff in a deemed complete condition, that if something happens in the process between deemed complete and approval, if the applicant's been working in good faith, but something comes along that disrupts their application, for example, they might need to go through a record of site condition if they find contamination on the land, for example, that they should not be penalized by reaching that 24-month clause if they've been working with good intent. And so really this just includes that desire to make sure that we don't penalize anybody that is caught in the transition window for reasons beyond their intent. The only other change was to Mayor Vrbanovic's motion placed at council, where he asked staff to go away and work on the wording, and you'll see that reiterated. Unfortunately, it's slightly longer than the motion that was placed before council at committee, but this does clarify the wording. We've used the wording in the Development Charges Act and the exemption in there to really lean on this for consistency between the two. So we've hopefully reflected your intent there, your worship, Mayor Vranovic, in terms of providing a credit for for affordable housing, both from a rental perspective and from an ownership perspective.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions of Mr. Lobley? Councillor Gazzola?
I don't have any questions. I wanted to bring forward a motion to defer this subject until the council meeting of August the 22nd. If I can just, and I'm not sure when my motion of deferral should be brought forward. I thought it should be brought forward before there's a great deal of discussion tonight. And if I'd like to explain in my mind why I would like to see this deferred. It's a very complex issue that, and we've been bombarded. We're even bombarded with more information tonight. We've had all kinds of letters and emails from largely from the development industry, but I just feel that we're trying to get too much done by June the 30th. I don't feel we've given this the kind of discussion, the kind of review that we need to give it, because it's a major piece of legislation affecting this community. And for that reason, it would give everybody a much bigger opportunity to review what's come so far and give people really a chance to sort of discuss it from a more of a level playing field in a month or so from now. So.
Okay, Councillor Gazzola, I will come back to you for a motion of deferral, as it does take precedence. But I do think that we have delegations that have been waiting all evening. I think we should hear from those delegations so that they can make their point on record. And if there's work that needs to be done between now and the August meeting based on your deferral, if that deferral carries, that work can be done and looked at. So my intention right now is to proceed with the delegations, and then I'll come to you for your motion of deferral.
Yes, for what it's worth, I realized that there were going to be a lot of people that wanted to come and discuss it. And we've had this in the past, and what we have done is given those people, especially after they've been here for such a long time, given them the opportunity to say what they would like to say. But at the same time, I thought that if there is somewhat of an intent to defer it, that as they speak, they should also know that in the back of their mind.
Yep, for sure, and I appreciate you raising that. Councillor Singh, unless this has something to do with proceeding with delegations.
No, Mr. Mayor, I had a comment beforehand on the deferral and
Okay,
supporting it.
Yeah, we can wait on that then. Okay, let's start with our first delegation. I understand it's either Stephen Litt or Heather Campbell. Not sure who's here.
Hello.
Mr. Litt, welcome.
Apologies. Sorry, I was about to go to sleep. No, I'm joking.
No problem.
Hope everyone's well tonight.
Doing great. You have 5 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. I'll keep it short and sweet. So Stephen Litt Vive, we're primarily a rental housing developer in the city of Kitchener. Our primary sort of concern is sort of an unfair treatment. I'll go as far to say on rental housing. I'd rather honestly just have some sort of open dialogue, but I'll put sort of a couple of points forward. So when we build a rental building, it's generally worth 30 to 40% less than a rental building. So when we look at the value of an individual housing unit in the two, sort of there's a great disproportionate share being burdened by the rental market. So what's important to note right now is rising costs across all categories. So interest rates, construction costs, you name it. And we need to look at all of these things together. And I agree that sort of taking a pause and looking from sort of a systematic perspective is important, because all these ingredients go to adding up to a significant increase in cost, which has to reflect in rent. So so totally support further discussion and deferring that to April or August rather. So land costs. So as a rental developer, we're buying significantly cheaper land. So our we don't buy sort of the quote unquote AAA urban core sites, generally speaking. I'm more of a sort of an example person. So most recently, a site we bought, we paid approximately 11,500 per developable unit. The new parkland dedication bylaw has the actual cash in lieu at over that, so just under 12,000 bucks, which represents an increase in 9K. So it's a considerable large one that you guys sort of have heard across the board. We're solution-based people, so it's great to hear the problems, but while you have me here, I'm going to throw out a few things that we should all be thinking about. More time to understand, which we talked about. Please consider a partial parkland credit for rental. There's been steps and strides, and finally we're beginning to see decent rental housing in numbers and volumes that can actually help the housing crisis. But due to many things, including parkland, that that could come to a quick a halt without a doubt. I would urge that staff look to CMHC for the definition of affordable. So you've heard us before talking about attainable. That's got all kinds of different sort of mid-market representations. Let's use the actual definition of CMHC affordable. So that is 30% of a median renter's household income. So that is what CMHC is now adapt across the board. So that I think we need to sort of, we could call it deeply affordable, and then let's call it mid-market affordable or something along those lines. So we can talk about that further. While we're on the sort of the affordable mid-market threshold, so that same definition needs to apply to affordable condo as well, under a certain threshold. I heard a number of 386,000 before, which seems perhaps a little bit on the low side to provide anything mid-market in this rental marketplace, escalated marketplace. Property taxes, I think that property taxes should, without a doubt, there should be budget from that going to maintain parkland as opposed to paying for the maintenance of parkland through cash in lieu. The POPs credits simply are totally unjustified. I don't know where the 25% number came from, but if I was the city of Kitchener, I would say if I'm getting park of the same quality that I own and have to maintain, or the public has the benefit of using, but I don't have to pay for the ongoing maintenance of that, to me, that's worth considerably more. We need to evaluate some strategies to deliver both housing and parkland space at the same time. We're going to suggest, and I know Niall suggested 2 years. I think that 5 years. I think that sort of echoes some of our colleagues in the space. Just given some uncertainty in the marketplace, length in development cycles, I think that sort of my list of 7 proposed solutions would be great. So, love to answer some questions if folks have any.
Okay, Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Lay, for presenting. It definitely helps receive some perspective on development on the rental side. We did hear delegations last week from those that more focus on condominium. And staff's argument has been that typically, although the fee may be considered high, it's the developer that will bear the cost and not necessarily flow over to the end user. What's your comment on that? And more specifically, even more so related to rental, how it would fare on the rents that would be ultimately from a future development, something that you build.
The whole concept of some person taking on the chin. The reality is the project wouldn't happen unless there was a financial return that the bank justified investing in the project to make a return. We're capital-based society. So all of these costs, land, construction costs, rising interest rates, they all just simply increase the cost base. And so in the end of the day, if a building is being built in this environment, that rent or that condo value is reflected in what the user pays. So the homeowner of the condo, the renter of the condo, or the renter in the purpose-built rental. So that's just sort of the way that our marketplace is set up, good or bad. Right? It's sort of a fundamental of economics in Canada. So, yeah.
The other is you did focus on the 24-month after an application is complete. So it's good that staff are giving or amenable to some change from 12 months to 24 months. But beyond that, how about for any developer, or even for you as an example, where you're working on projects where the application may not be complete, and now you're suddenly being faced with a change in policy, and do you feel like enough time was given ahead of time for you to know exactly what the landscape would be in changing of fees, which these are substantive in comparison to almost DCs as well?
It's a great question. We have so many changes in costs and risks in what we do. So to try and reduce that helps increase supply. The 5 year was a number that I was just trying to keep it simple. So it's 5 years from the passing of the bylaw. The other approach could be to look at it if a landowner had made sort of significant investment or shown intent to the city that a development application was being submitted vis-a-vis a pre-submission application, that would be sufficient evidence to support that they have the work, like they're putting a project together and going to proceed. So yeah, without a doubt, there's got to be a fair and equitable line in the sand per se.
And how about phasing in? Oh, another aspect of consideration is so that the burden is not sudden and where the market can't bear it. And so we have a grinding stall on development applications going forward, that the fee be phased in over a number of years so that everyone is well aware of the changing landscape and they can factor in the change in the financing model for their performance of their project.
Yeah, I think phasing in is complicated because I think you try and simplify it, sort of 5 years from the passing of the bylaw, right? Yeah, the other approach I suppose would be no different than how impact phases in new tax assessments, right? So there's a fee schedule over a certain number of years. I always err on the side of simplicity if at all possible, but yeah, that could work for sure.
Okay, thank you very much.
No problem.
Okay, Councillor Davey. I just want to remind everyone we still have 3 other delegations on this and 1 delegation on the next item. So
okay, so hopefully the other delegations will hear this question. Maybe they can answer it in there because I was going to ask all of them. Councillor Singh asked most of my questions. The only question I have left for you, Mr. Litt, is, and again, we're still not sure if we can actually enact it or not. Staff saying we might not be able to, but
right.
Does it make a difference in terms of the pro forma whether the parkland fees are payable at building permit stage for you or at occupancy stage?
This is an interesting question. So in the example of deferred development charges, so the city charges prime +2. Historically, we've been able to borrow money from CMHC and other institutional lenders at less than that. So it didn't technically not make sense once a project is built and stable to defer them past that point. So it does make a difference if you defer them up to the point of occupancy. So you could follow a very similar framework. Bill 108 sort of crystallized how to promote new purpose-built rental housing, the development charges of a building are phased in or payable over, I always mess this up, it's either 5 or 6 years starting at occupancy. So what that helps us to do in the rental housing space is we can pay for those development charges out of the income production of the building. So it's different than in the condo space, but the deferral does help to answer your questions, Mr. Davis.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Lip, for waiting and for coming in this evening.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Our next delegation is Donna Keel. And after Donna, it's Ms. Peggy Nichols. Councillor David, can I just ask you to take the chair for a moment?
Certainly. Evening, Ms. Keel. Thank you for waiting. Whenever you're ready.
You're welcome. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Mayor, councillors, staff, attendees. I live in one of the critical neighborhoods identified in the city's park study. We have less than 1 square meter of parkland provision per person. The actual amount being decimal 2 square meters. And I understand that the existing target is 15 square meters, but the average throughout the city is 9.8 square meters or 10 square meters, the baseline of the city's objective. So this serious lack of parks and green space areas in the core neighborhoods does impact the quality of life for the citizens who live there. It impacts the health and the well-being of those citizens. And climate change is another issue with temperature levels that increase when there are not enough green spaces. And then there's a lot more hotspots in urban areas, which makes it a lot more uncomfortable for residents. This lack of green space may even act as a deterrent for future citizens moving to the downtown area. New residents may not even consider moving to deficient areas with no green space or very limited green space. Another point is the easy access to green space is particularly important to some people, and they might just move elsewhere if there wasn't enough green space. So there would be an impact on the number of people who actually move into developments or move out. Residents in apartments and condos do not have private yards to enjoy. Residents in the core are being deprived of their right to park space. And when new residents move into the plethora of new developments in the core, this deprivation will increase. It's abundantly clear from the report by Niall Lobley and his staff in Parks and Cemeteries that citizens in specific areas of Kitchener continue to be denied sufficient green space. This inequality between high-density neighborhoods and low-density neighborhoods should not be permitted to continue. The city must protect the few green spaces that have managed to survive in dense areas. More parks and more green spaces must be found in a very limited space. Parks should be within walking distance from where people live. Access to nearby parkland must be fair to all residents, not just ones who live in the core or the built-up areas. All residents throughout the city, but it's the core residents that are paying a price. And further, the downtown residents and citizens in built-up areas should not be denied the funding necessary. The funding to create green space or to enhance the small amount of green space that currently exists. The funding is critical for parkland in the core. Developers should not be exempt from paying any parkland fees. So please don't delay the process and funding any longer. The moratorium should end. In closing, I want to ask Council to take into account the critical need for parks and the value of parks for residents. I want Council to support more city-owned land for parks. I want Council to procure and develop new parkland in core areas and built-up areas. I want Council to remove the cash in lieu down payment exemptions for parkland dedication. And I want Council to endorse the park dedication bylaw. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Donna, for being so patient and waiting tonight, and
you're welcome.
And for sharing your thoughts with us. Councillor Ioannidis, you have a question?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And thanks, Donna, for coming in. Based on your presentation and some of the quotes that some of the comments in your presentation, such as residents in the core need park space and the city should secure more park space. Sounds like to me that, and you don't like the disparity, sounds like to me that you would be in favor of a tax increase to your taxes if for park space.
I don't think so, or through the mayor, I should say. I don't think increased taxes. I'm senior on the limited budget, so increased taxes would be very difficult. And there are a lot of seniors who live downtown.
So you support a parkland fee that would basically punish new residents that come in to pay for parks that you as an existing resident would like to use.
Why do you say that?
So the parkland fee, the way it's set up, would be basically punishing new residents coming in because that cost would be passed on to them. And so how would those developers secure new park space, right? Like they wouldn't. So that's where I'm trying to get at. Like they can't bear the whole cost of new park space.
Wouldn't that apply to anybody all across the city, wherever development occurs?
Well, it's a different fee. The fee is less in the suburbs than it is in the core.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Anyways.
Okay, yeah, I don't
want to get into
a debate going.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into debate.
Councillor Ioannidis, do you have any further?
That's fine. Thank you, Mayor Urbanovic.
Thank you. Any other questions? There don't appear to be any. Thank you very much again, Donna.
Thank
Our next delegation is Peggy Nichols, and I understand that Ms. Nichols has a PowerPoint to go with it. Welcome, Peggy.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Urbanovic and councillors, thank you for the chance to speak to you yet again about parklands and spaces. Further to remarks we made at the Community Infrastructure and Services Committee meeting last week, we would like to share 3 additional concerns that we have. The need for equity in the provision of parklands, the impact of climate change on urban centers, and the mitigating effects of green spaces. In our previous presentation, we noted that the 4 neighborhoods in most critical need of parkland are those in the downtown area. Next slide, please. Sorry, I'm a little behind. Next slide, please. In our previous presentation, we noted that the 4 neighborhoods in most critical need of parkland are those in the downtown area, where intensification is most concentrated. This slide compares those neighborhoods to the 4 most affluent neighborhoods. We can see that not only do they have high incomes and more park space, they also have very few people living in apartment buildings, meaning they also have the benefit of backyards. Our second concern, next slide, is the issue of climate change. We are already experiencing more extreme heat and severe unpredictable storms. The current climate emergency won't wait for developers to agree with the rates or pace of the reintroduction of cash in lieu for parklands, especially in the downtown area. We can't continue to defer creating new parks and parkettes, protecting mature trees, and making space for new ones. Next slide. During a heat wave, the highest temperatures are found in the urban center. In fact, the current preference for building high-rise condos featuring window walls, inadequate exterior cladding, and heights of up to 30 or 40 stories significantly contributes to those temperatures. According to Professor John Strobe, a University of Waterloo expert in designing climate-friendly buildings, We could easily be making buildings that meet density targets at a lower cost, that perform at least twice as effectively thermally, and that are ideally no more than 4 to 6 stories high. In addition to that, given that we already have many tall buildings in our city, next slide, please. We need parklands containing green spaces and trees that can decrease local daytime service temperatures by up to 6 degrees. If the currently recommended cash in lieu rate is deemed unreasonable for downtown developers who have been exempted for the past 12 years and so far haven't had to factor them into their plans, consider using the previous rate for the time being, or the transition fee could be 25% of bylaw rates for 12 months. The 25% POPs credit, if approved, could also help offset cash in lieu. For the sake of equitable, livable urban centers that will foster healthy living, even in the face of climate change, next slide, please, we call on council to implement the parkland dedication policy without delay and reject any suggestion that the exemption period be extended. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Nichols? There don't appear to be any. So Peggy, thank you very much for waiting and for sharing your thoughts and perspectives with us. It's very much appreciated.
Thank you very much. And
yeah, go ahead. Whoops, what happened? What happened to Ms. Nichols there?
My apologies, Mr. Mayor. I thought you were completed with the delegation.
Oh, is she gone, or can we? I'm just, Ms. Nichols, sorry, I think clerk moved you back as an attendee. Did you want to just finish up there?
I just wanted to thank you and to congratulate you all on your stamina.
Okay, thank you very much, Peggy. Appreciate it.
Yeah, good night.
Good night. And our last delegation on this item is Margaret Walton Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, she's no longer in attendance.
Okay, thank you. So with that, then, Councillor Gazzola, I'll come to you for your motion of deferral.
I've already mentioned.
So you're moving it to come back to the August meeting?
To the August 22nd council meeting.
Okay, are you looking for any additional information as part of that?
I'm not at this point. Now, there might be some members of council that would like additional information.
Okay, I'll ask for that, and I understand that Mr. Lobley would also like to comment on the deferral before council considers it. So information that you'd like to consider as part of the deferral or concern around timing. Actually, let's hear from Mr. Lobley first, and that way council can factor that into their comments. Mr. Lobley.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your stamina and patience as well.
No problem at all. Thank you ever so much for bearing with us this evening. So just very quickly before the deferral goes onto the table, I did want to remind council that we are actually up against a hard deadline. The Planning Act requires that a new bylaw is in place before September of this year. Otherwise, we lose the ability to collect under the alternative rate, which means that all applications fall to the 5% maximum rate that could be collected across the whole city. This would be somewhat significant. We rely on the existing bylaw basically for all cash in lieu and indeed for many of the land that we're able to collect. So this would be a fairly significant impact if we did not have a new bylaw before September.
So August is fine, but no more deferring after that is what you're saying.
We are certainly getting close enough that staff are sweating.
Okay. Thank you for that. So on timing and or information that you'd like to see back for the August meeting, Councillor Marsh, I believe. Yes, you're first.
Thank you. Yeah, so if we did defer this until the August meeting, presumably we would make a decision before September. Does staff have any concerns about that timing in particular? Although I know you just said that you're sweating, but I'm wondering, are there any other hiccups that could get in the way if we made a decision in August?
So through you, Mayor Vrbanovic, thank you for the question, Councillor Marsh. I think I can speak on behalf of the entire team. After having taken direction from Council in August of last year, entered into a one-year engagement process, which has seen more than 5,000 resident responses, having shared the completed draft park and dedication bylaw and the parks plan since April of this year for a second round of consultation and engagement. I'm not quite sure what changes staff would be expected to make between now and August. And so I'm unable to comment as to whether or not August would be problematic because I'm not quite clear on what changes staff would be being asked to make between now and then.
Right. Okay. I have more questions, but not about timing.
Okay, so we're not going to be getting into those now because there is a motion to defer on the table. Councillor Davey.
Right, sorry, so I'm just, yeah, so we're putting forward the questions or the input we want to have for when this comes back, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I'll frame this without asking a question then. And yeah, again, unless Mr. Lobby wants to chime in, but the one part I'm unclear on is we have to pass the bylaw by September, but does that mean the bylaw has to be enacted, or can we pass the bylaw in September and then have the enactment date? Like, let's say council decides to enact it, in December, like, in other words, give the development community a larger window. Is that a possibility?
Mr. Lobley.
So through you, Mayor Vrbanovic, unfortunately, I can't give you a clear answer to that one. I actually think it's far more complicated than that because the Planning Act changes mean that our old bylaw becomes defunct in September. And so it has to be replaced by a new bylaw. Our new bylaw doesn't create any of the terms under the existing bylaw. It is written with the intention that the old bylaw is removed. And so the existing bylaw as it stands, even if you could delay the effective date to any date that council so chose, but that wouldn't stop us having a period of time where there would be no bylaw in place because there are no transitional clauses. So what staff would have to do there is they would have to either represent the existing bylaw and the new bylaw for both to be passed and run collectively with each other, which would be somewhat counterproductive and difficult, or we'd have to somehow amend the proposed new bylaw to include a transition arrangement between the point at which council passes it and the point at which council wishes it to become effective, which mirrors the terms of the existing bylaw. Both are theoretically possible.
Okay, thank you. And Mayor Vrbanovic, are you taking, so it's a deferral, are you taking comments as well, or is it just input?
Just deferral on timing and information that you want staff to bring back.
No problem, I'll be clear on that. So given what Mr. Lobley said, I think that he should, I'm not sure what the will of council is, but at least be prepared to answer that question should council wish to defer the start date past the September timeline, given I understand the complexity. And I would also ask Mr. Lobley I know he gave us some context and information in terms of the cost, but what it would look like to phase this in over, my preference, I think would be a 4-year period, which my understanding would still be like 100% per year. So that's what I'm looking for. And finally, again, I want to thank Mr. Lobley and his staff because they gave very comprehensive responses, but just a final confirmation that we have zero ability to defer payment to occupancy, and if not, perhaps we can do some advocacy with the province at that point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So staff have taken note of those. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, those were going to be my 2 points I wanted more clarification on, and I think that's why it's helpful to have the deferral for the 22nd of August. So just to further elaborate on the same thing as Councillor Davey has asked, on the deferral of collection of the fees at occupancy, and of course of the phasing in as well. The other thing is phasing in for 4 years. If staff can, I'll give perhaps, the impact of 4-3, so 3, 4, and 5. And at that point, council can make a prudent decision of what's acceptable. So varying options would be helpful as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Lobley, you wanted to respond to that?
I wanted to very briefly comment on that question because I know Councillors Davey and Singh have now raised it. It's not possible for staff to predict the impacts of a phasing plan. All we can say is that a dollar not collected is a parkland not purchased at this point in time, because those forecasts rely entirely on the history of development coming in. As we say, based on the current trend, we would estimate a deferral of this over a 4-year period, as Councillor Davey has suggested, to be in the range of about $60 million. But that really is dependent and speculative on the amount of parkland that comes in. And there is no ability to recapture that at some point again in the future. So I did want to share, we will do our best, but I may not be able to provide any further answer than we have shared in the memo as of last week.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ioannidis.
Thanks, Mayor Urbanovic. And yeah, I agree with many of the comments that Councillor Davey and Councillor Singh have asked for. I didn't hear that there was a seconder for the deferral. I'm happy to second it. And what I would like to see too is similar to considering parks is an infrastructure issue, and it is a lack of infrastructure in our community. I would love to see a similar program such as our accelerated infrastructure program levy, similar to what we could with that. So that's where I'm looking at, because to me they're the exact same thing, just different types of infrastructure. So I would like to see that added on as an example.
Okay, Ms. McGoldrick.
So through the mayor, just to clarify in terms of the accelerated infrastructure program, or the water infrastructure program as it is known now, those investments are related to reconstruction of infrastructure, not new infrastructure. So development charges do pay for new infrastructure. Development pays for any new infrastructure that goes in. And so this is the same philosophy that is being applied through the parks dedication bylaw. So I just wanted to provide that clarity in terms of what the intent of the water infrastructure program is.
Okay, regardless, I would like to see ahead of budget and everything else, what kind of a tax levy that would be implemented. And if there's a breakdown, because I don't think the 400% to me seems rather excessive, and that's why I want to see if it can be offset somehow with the tax levy.
Okay, that'll be taken. Staff can look at that. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, I just wonder if we could get a sense of what deferring, what we lose by deferring.
Okay, so we defer until August. Mr. Lobley.
So through you, Chair Urbanovic, Councillor Chapman, I'm not sure. To be absolutely fair, there isn't enough time for staff to make meaningful, dramatic changes to the proposal that's in front of council this evening, that was in front of council at committee between now and August. If significant changes are needed, it will be a challenge to bring those forward in August. And so the risk that staff are concerned about is if we are unable to bring forward a satisfactory bylaw in August, we will lose the ability to collect parkland dedication until a bylaw is passed. And the very earliest that is able to be done, given that this is an election year, will be in the spring of 2023.
So thank you. That's very telling. It seems to me that we may be wiser not to defer at this point and to, embrace.
Yeah, I don't want to get into a debate. Let's timing or
I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, my apologies. Just another thing came to my mind afterwards. Also, we had a delegation present regarding the development market catering more towards rental housing. So in this time, perhaps if staff can give some examples, what other peer municipalities have done to incentivize or give some relief related to parkland fee when it comes towards rental development, that would be helpful.
Mr. Lobley.
To you, Chair Vrabanovic, thank you for the question, Councillor Singh. So staff have indeed done that. Over the last few weeks, we've been working hard with our municipal comparators, aligned with the direction that Mayor Vrabanovic put forward a motion on last week. And we have taken Mr. Litt's advice, indeed, and are focused on the CMHC, the definitions of affordability at this point in time in our rental agreements. We have proposed something which is actually more generous than many other municipalities have done in terms of both affordable housing and affordable rental housing. So we are actually one of the class leaders when it comes to the exemptions that we're offering. Most other municipalities do discount, but they usually discount to either the 5% or the 2%. We are one of the rarer municipalities to do a complete exemption for those categories of housing.
Thank you, Mr. Lobley. Again, the request was having that extra insight would be helpful so that we can compare and feel comfortable that we are leading edge, as you've said. So in that time, if we can have that comparison, seeing exactly what the other municipalities do. Again, it's additional information and allows us to own what we're doing and feel that we're doing enough to incentivize rental housing and affect affordable housing as well. Thank you.
Okay, so we do have a list. It's been moved by Councillor Gazzola, seconded by Councillor Ioannidis, that we defer this then to the August meeting with this additional information that's been noted by staff. All those in favor? Opposed? Sorry, we have 3 opposed. 4 opposed. Hold on. I'm going to say, okay, try this again. All those in favor? Those opposed? That is carried. Great. I'll now need a motion to suspend the rules. We have one more delegation to get through. Moved by Councillor Davies, seconded by Councillor Schneider. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We'll now move on then to the next item, which is item 6.7. This is item 7.4.A on the agenda, which is the Upper Hidden Valley Pumping Station and Force Main. And thank you for your patience and waiting. We've got 2 delegations, Hannah Damagala and Peter Benninger, who are here together, I think. Maybe. Oh, there's Hannah. Welcome.
Yes, it helps when you click the unmute and the video.
And is Peter here as well, or just you at this point?
He is.
Okay. Are you speaking separately?
He's starting, I'm following, but very short.
So we can let Peter in too, please. Welcome, Mr. Benninger.
Am I there?
You're here, and let me begin by congratulating you on being a newlywed.
Well, thank you very much. You know, like a guy that just got married and had a wild and crazy weekend. I didn't think I'd be up till midnight again tonight.
Well, here you go. We'll get you started. Go ahead, Peter, and then.
Okay. All right.
Thank you very much.
I will be brief. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to follow up with last week's committee meeting. I'm Peter Benninger, president of Pearl Valley and owner of the lands in Hidden Valley that were included in the ESR. We are concerned that there was not enough time for council members at committee to, or I should say committee members, to fully understand the implications of the matters brought forward by us last week. As there is a finite land base in the city of Kitchener, it's important to make sure that the ERS document proposed does not unnecessarily sterilize lands. And tonight we're here to ask for a deferral on this matter. I'll now ask Hannah to take over to speak to our concerns. And thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you. Over to you, Hannah.
Thank you. I will also be brief. I mean, there's lots of discussions, but as Peter said, this document is critical in light of the city's development plans and really important to us, and I believe to council as well, to stop and consider what is in this EA in detail. Having now analyzed its proposed alternatives and accompanying reports contained along with the document, which was very long, I would like council to note where this EA can be improved, refined to fulfill the potential for development and ensure that a complete solution is presented and clear direction is given, at the same time avoiding timely and costly work in the future. So specifically, we ask the following: that provision be explicitly made to the location of locating a force main servicing the Eastlands, especially as it relates to imminent regional and local road reconstructions. That to include all of our undeveloped sections in the Eastlands for future servicing, as some of them have been omitted. That the broad benefits for including servicing to the Eastlands as part of the city scheme be reflected. And to clarify that during the preliminary design stage, the flow rate for the pumping station is to take into account envisioned zoning and to be upgraded to allow for more capacity as necessary, especially as it relates to the build out of the commercial and residential areas, as it seems that some of them could be higher than what was envisioned in the study. I am open to answer any questions, but considering it is so late, any questions members of council may have, and understanding that this is a complex discussion and quite technical, we are open to a deferral to be able to take a bit time for a more thorough discussion with staff and council.
Okay, thank you. We do have a couple questions for you. Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, Mayor Vanbeck, I didn't really want to ask the questions to delegates. I think they laid out their concerns. I'm prepared to move a deferral and ask staff to work with the applicants to address their concerns raised by them today.
So you're moving
to the August meeting.
To the August meeting. Okay, I'll come back to you for the motion and for a seconder. Councillor Singh, timing and or any additional information you'd like to see.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll second the motion, as well as I support the deferral. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Marsh.
Yeah, I didn't catch all of the clauses that were proposed, but within it, I thought if I can ask you, Ms. Domagala, didn't our staff already say that all of the buildings proposed level of development will be able to be accommodated by the pumping station that they are proposing?
If I may, through the chair, they included a phrase saying that in the future, if the lands were developable, there's capacity in a pumping station. However, they did not include into the mapping the actual force main location, which is very important. And then there was the other points about what pumping station it is, and then obviously about the small items I mentioned later, which is the capacity of the pumping station and that other little point. So while they kind of recognize that potentially could be developable, I don't think it's brought there yet to the point where we needed to be for this to be complete EA.
But what gives you pause? I mean, I think that the flexibility, maybe Mr. Mayor, I shouldn't be badgering the delegate. I do want to ask staff that question though.
Okay, I'm just trying to keep things focused on timing and
yeah, I get it, but
and additional information that you want.
Yeah, pardon?
So I'm focusing on timing and additional information that you might want.
Okay. So, Mr. Gross, what new information might there be added based on the concerns raised here between now and August? Or do you feel that the concerns raised are already addressed?
Okay.
To the mayor, the concerns, in my view, have been addressed through the environmental study report, along with the comments that we made at committee. The pumping station, the location of the sewage pumping station has been determined through the ESR, through the environmental study report, in terms of all of the factors that needed to be determined, and through the team that made those decisions. The pumping station itself will have sufficient capacity to handle any flows that might come from the east side lands. At this point, those lands are still under review. We do not know whether all or some or none of those lands could develop at this point. There are still many studies that need to be done there, so that the environmental study report that we have tabled and that we have completed takes into account the information that we have and would allow for flow from any of that development to be managed.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, just to be clear, I'm not looking to get into a debate tonight about if it's done or not done. The motion that's on the floor is to defer, and the direction was to follow up on the issues and the concerns that have been raised. So that's what we're going to be voting on. Is there any additional information the members of council are looking for?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, please, to the question of deferral. The timing of this is very critical. A deferral could lead to not having enough information provided at the correct time to the region for their River Road construction along the current Wabanaki Drive.
Okay. Well, considering that it's the applicant that's most interested in seeing that road be put in place, and they're the ones asking for the deferral, then I'm not sure that should be a concern.
Thank you. I wasn't sure whose concern that was, whether it was the region's concern or council's concern or the developer's concern.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gross. So we do have a mover and a seconder for the deferral with the direction to follow up on the issues that have been raised and the additional information, and for staff to report back on that. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Benninger, Ms. Damagala, for coming in this evening. We'll now move on to reports of the committees. Finance and Corporate Services Committee, Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yes, it's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Davey that the 2 items remaining on the Finance and Corporate Services Committee be approved. Number 1 being the interim nominating committee period extension, and the vacant home tax be deferred until the August 8th Finance and Corporate Services Committee meeting.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Community and Infrastructure Services, Councillor Marsh.
Yeah, it's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Schneider that items 7.3A, B, and D, as well as 7.4, B, C, and D be adopted.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Any discussion? Or just bear with me 1 second.
So I removed the ones that we had already dealt with.
Yes, okay, thank you. Yeah, that's fine, because I know on 7.3, I was just noting that earlier there was a, at the beginning of the night, there was a conflict noted for 7.3.c, but because we didn't vote on it and simply deferred it tonight,
Good point.
I didn't deal with that separately. So anyway, we're good to go. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Marsh.
Sorry, in addition, there is one little typo that needs to just be noted on page 6 at the bottom of our agenda package. Just the word equal had been removed at the 11th hour by the mover of the amendment. And so I just want to remove that word equal in the second last paragraph.
Okay, is everyone clear on that? All those in favor then? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you, Council. We'll now move to planning and strategic initiatives. The balance of the report, Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, it's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Singh that the balance of the planning and strategic initiatives report be approved. And that is items 7.5A, B, and C.
And 7.5C, I'll need to deal with separately because of the conflict noted earlier by Councillor Singh. So I'll deal with 7.5C first. Those in favor? Any opposed? And that's carried with the noted conflict. And by the way, for everyone who did conflicts today, just a reminder to fill out the paperwork with clerks afterwards. And then the balance of the report as moved by Councillor Chapman. Those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Any unfinished business? Any new business? Councillor Marsh.
I'd like to bring forward a motion with regard to the very recently tabled release by the Ontario Big City Mayors Caucus. And yeah, so I don't have a notice of motion, so I guess we need to waive notice of motion.
Yeah, so I will ask that we waive notice first. Councillor Davey.
Sorry, could I see, I'm just, again, it's getting very late and I would like to see is it possible to see the text of the motion before we vote to waive? And a question of either you as the mayor or the clerk, if we waive notice of motion for this, right, are people allowed to bring forward amendments? And I'm just worried this is going to go until 2 o'clock in the morning. So, or would any like significant amendments require waiving notice as well?
So I would tell you that amendments wouldn't require waiving of notice. I think the motion, quite frankly, as it's in front of us now, reflects the motion that was adopted by the Ontario Big City Mayors, and simply adds some local contextualization, which is helpful to it.
Okay, thank you.
So with that, I'll deal with waiving of notice first, moved by, I guess it's moved by Councillor Marsh, seconded by Councillor Singh. Those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. So Councillor Marsh.
Yeah, I apologize. I realize it is late. So I just want to lend our council's full support behind what the Ontario Big City Mayors Caucus passed. We need to treat the state of our community's mental health, addictions, and homelessness as an emergency. And so I think we need an emergency meeting with the provincial government, as was outlined. And we need to really accelerate how quickly we move forward on creating and implementing solutions, because this is a dire straits situation.
Okay, thank you for that, and Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, I just wonder if you'd be willing to include in your therefore as a statement calling for the city and the region to declare a homelessness crisis.
I think that I gave that consideration, but I think that it's premature. Like, I think that what we need next is to discuss it with our colleagues, and really, I don't think it's the moment to do that at this hour. But I hear you, and it is a crisis. But I think that declaring a state of emergency is a different level. That's not that whether we're at an emergency or not. We haven't had those discussions amply.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, and sorry, Mayor, it's been seconded by Councillor Michaud.
Thank you, Councillor Marsh, and Councillor Gazzola. You have your hand up.
Yes, my eyes are not very good, and I didn't really get an opportunity to read whatever it is. Can you tell me in a few words what you're asking and who you're asking it of?
I'm so sorry. I thought I had sent it to all of you by email, and maybe it didn't go through. Shoot. So let me just tell you that essentially what we're asking is that the City Council fully support the call for an emergency meeting with the provincial government, and that we, not just with the government, but with all different major stakeholders in the areas of homelessness, mental health, and addictions, as well as the Ontario Chiefs of Police Association and the Ontario Business Improvement Area Association, and that we work closely and urgently with all area municipalities, the region of Waterloo, and relevant social support providers to take coordinated and elevated actions to effectively address the serious issues of, as I mentioned, those three. And then finally, just that it get sent to to the relevant stakeholders.
You're asking for a meeting with the City of Kitchener and the province?
No, sorry, Councillor Gazzola, I meant to clarify. It's the Ontario Big City Mayors Caucus released a call for an emergency meeting with the provincial government on Friday, and this is just a way to endorse that and to bolster that request and make it relevant locally.
Yeah, so Councillor Marsh, thank you for bringing this forward. This was a motion that I had brought forward at OBCM, and it was seconded by the Mayor of Kingston and adopted unanimously there. I think it is helpful to put the added weight of our individual councils behind it, which gives further strength to the messaging that collectively we're all sending to the province from Ontario's biggest cities in terms of the challenges that we're all dealing with in this respect. So with that, it has been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. I won't bother going into a regional report at this point, because I think this motion really covers it. I think the only other thing that's probably worthwhile adding is that as Councillors Marsh and Chapman are aware, we have been working with our partners at the region and Waterloo Regional Police and other community partners to address some of the issues and concerns that we've been experiencing in the urban core. I mean, the motion touches on that, and been and certainly folks have been stepping up to help address some of these issues. And so I think I'll leave it at that for tonight. And we'll move on then to, sorry, skip the page here somewhere. We'll move on to questions and answers if there are any. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, I do have one, and I don't want to take too much time, but it has to do with the development at 1 to 3 Charles Street West and 84 to 108 Queen Street South. This came to my attention in April of this year, and then it came to Heritage Committee on, I think it was June 8th or June 7th, June 8th. And on June 7th, and then on June 8th, it went to site plan review. So there was never a neighborhood information meeting. It never went to the PSIC meeting. It never went to council. And it's a 44-story building, right? And I'm just a bit puzzled about this whole process, and maybe we should leave this till August to talk about it. But I think it's something that we need to make clear. I mean, the downtown residents said suddenly are going to see a 44-story building there, and they're going to say, well, I never heard about this, right? So I think we need some clarification on the process.
Okay, well, maybe staff could follow up with an email to council with respect to your question, and then if need be, we can add it onto the agenda in August.
Yeah, I think it needs to go public. I think we have to be accountable to the public on this one.
Yep. Well, as I said, staff will share information and we'll go from there. Councillor Gazzola, question?
No, it's not a question. It's not an answer. It's just a quick comment. Last night, we all received a thank you letter from the Hanson family at 300 Joseph Shirk Crescent. They came to council a year or so ago via the Heritage Committee to request a change to their property, which is a designated property, and they proceeded to do what they were given permission to do, and I believe they've done an excellent job. And it's not often that we get thank yous on a Sunday night, so I thought it was worth mentioning. I think they've done an excellent job to their property, and it fits in with their heritage designation. So I just wanted to thank them for thanking us. Thank you.
Thank you for raising that, Councillor Gazzola. I think yesterday must have been Gratitude Day or something, because I got a thank you email from someone as well, which was a pleasant surprise on a busy Sunday. Okay, we'll move into the bylaws. First and second reading of the bylaws. I believe there are some additional ones, Madam Clerk.
Through you, Mayor, there are 4 late starter bylaws: zoning bylaw amendment for 1525 Bleams, a plan of condominium for Franklin Street South, a zoning bylaw and official plan amendment for 276 King Street East.
Thank you. Do I have a mover? Councillor Schneider, second by Councillor Michaud. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. It's been moved by who? That we go into committee of the whole. Moved by Councillor Gazzola that we resolve ourselves into committee of the whole. Seconded by Councillor Galloway-Seelock. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Gazzola, over to you.
First item on the agenda is dealing with the tenders. There are 2 tenders. Would someone please move those? So moved by Councillor Johnson. Do we need a seconder?
No.
If we do, Councillor Schneider put his hand up. Any questions on the 2 items? No questions? All in favor? Are there any opposed? Carried. The next item deals with the Brownfield Financial Incentive Program on Shanley Street. Would someone please move that? Been moved by Councillor Marsh. Are there any questions on this? No questions. Are there all those in favor then? Any opposed? None opposed. It's carried. The next item is the question of the traffic calming for Manchester Road. Would someone move that? Moved by Councillor Davey. Any questions concerning this? All those in favor? Any opposed? It's carried. Next issue is the 12.2C, the private street naming. Someone move that. Councillor Schneider, any questions? All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Next item is the report from staff dealing with the requested change in natural gas rates. I understand Mr. St. Louis, Director of Utilities, will have a 5-minute presentation we'd like to make.
Doesn't look like my camera is working here. Can you hear me okay? It doesn't look like my video is working.
I can hear you. I don't know about everybody else, but.
All right, for some reason, my video is not working tonight, but I can do a short little presentation, a quick overview of the report to council. Next slide, please. As you're aware, there's two components to kitchen utilities natural gas rates, the supply, which we're going to talk about tonight, and the delivery rate. The gas supply represents the purchase of gas commodity and the transportation of gas to Kitchener. And it's a pass-through nonprofit program, and it is impacted by natural gas market. Next slide, please. Natural gas market prices are impacted by supply, demand, and the weather. However, recent events such as the recovery from the pandemic, the war in Ukraine, and the cold weather that we had in the beginning of the year have disrupted the supply and demand balance and resulted in a sharp spike in the market prices of natural gas and other fuels. The market prices are forecasted to continue to increase. However, there's also huge uncertainty due to unprecedented market conditions, as shown on the next slide. So this slide was presented in the council report. However, it has been updated just slightly. And so what you can see is the beginning of the year on the right, near that diamond there, you can see where there was a sharp increase in the beginning of the year from prices. And we've updated the graph to show just on Friday, the OEB approved Enbridge's gas supply rate. They are increasing their gas supply rate to 31.375 cents per cubic meter starting July 1st. So they're going to be significantly ahead of us. And that's shown as the green dotted line across the thing. And what we're proposing to increase the rate would be 21.45 cents is the lower horizontal line there. Next slide, please. And so Kitchener Utility is partially exposed to natural gas markets due to our gas purchasing policy. We use the stabilization reserve to smooth out mild volatility and to ensure rate stability to our customers. The forecasted sharp spike in price risks driving the stabilization reserve into the negative by the end of 2022. Without the stabilization reserve and with market volatility and uncertainty, supply rates could increase, causing significant rate shock to our customers. Next slide, please. So in order to mitigate the risk to our customers, we want to, or we're recommending increasing the rate by 5.45 cents to 21.45 cents per cubic meter starting August 1st. And we will be reviewing the supply rate quarterly and bring any proposed changes, either increase or decreases, to council if necessary, if the market changes drastically. That is the end of the presentation, and myself and Mr. Khalid Abu Asafan are here to answer any questions if you have them.
Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Galloway-Seelock?
Yeah, I think this question was outlined in the report, but what would that represent to the average homeowner with the rate increase?
Through the chair, to the end of the year, it is $40.51 to the end of the year.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? If not, I have several. Can you tell me what the balance of the stabilization reserve is at this point? I would have liked to have seen that with the report. Can you tell me what it sits at this point?
Through the mayor, I don't have that information currently in front of me. The attached attachment, though, it does show the projected to be at, if the budget projected closing balance would be 1.8 million. However, what we're recommending with the rate increase would put us around 4.3 million.
Councilor Gazzola, there is an attachment with the staff report, a 5-year projection for the rate stabilization. It's the second file linked with the agenda in the package today.
Okay, I didn't see that.
Mm-hmm. And that's what I was referring to.
Yeah. What would happen if this is a humongous increase since the beginning of last year? What would happen if this increase, instead of being put in place on August the 1st, is not put in place until December the 1st? Could we not live with that and yet give people a bit of a break? Because this rate is 92. It's an increase of 92% in the supply rate from the beginning of the year. I mean, that's I'm go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no problem. Through the mayor, we did look at various options about raising the gas supply rate at different times. Well, I think the report speaks really well to this on the bottom of page 3, that if we wait to increase the supply rate in January, for instance, then with the volatility and uncertainty in the market, we'll run the risk of running their stabilization reserve into the negative. And then by doing so, when we go to make the rates or whatever, there's really, to simplify, maybe there's 3 things. We'll have to have a higher cost to the utility for the higher cost of the natural gas, to add to that the addition of any overages on the stabilization reserve, and as well as funding to increase the stabilization reserve. So it's 3 parts that would add higher cost to the resident. So in doing this now, we see that this is the lowest impact to the resident now by this 5.45 cents per cubic meter, which is significantly, it's actually almost 10 cents under Enbridge's gas supply rate.
Well, are there any other comments from any other member of council? If not, I would like to comment. I really can't support. Our people are being blasted from all over with rising gasoline prices and to be hit with something like this. And yet I looked at our financial statements. We gain from the gas taxes. Price of gas is going up, and the federal government gains and the provincial government gains, and so do we. I noticed that our reserve for gas taxes at the end of the year increased from, I think it was from $6 million to $12 million. So we've got funds there that we should be able to help our customers. And I'm really asking for a fairly simple thing by delaying the start. Instead of starting August the 1st, start on December the 1st. It does provide the month of November, which is a heating month, some relief, but then it's in place for the bulk of the heating season. So can I guess not in the chair, I can't move an amendment. I'm sorry.
I can take the chair back if you want to do that, Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, yes, I would. I would like to.
I can do that, but the only thing I will say before you decide if you want to move an amendment is my understanding is that when it comes to the gas tax allocations, that's a separate account and there's no cross subsidization permitted. Mr. St. Louis is there, as is Mr. Lautenbach. So I don't know which Hollywood Square wants to answer the question at this point. Let's
Sure.
have Mr. Lautenbach.
I can address that. So that's correct, Mayor. The gas tax fund cannot be used for the gas utility. So the supply account and the rates that we're talking about, there are restrictions in terms of it has to be self-sustaining and it's a flow through. So the gas tax funds that we receive from the province is based on allocated to tax base related infrastructure. It does not cover allowing for it to be used as part of the natural gas utility.
Councillor Gazzola, did you?
No, I appreciate that. I think if there's a will, there's a way. That I just know that our utility system had a tremendous year, I'm sure, last year, and I'm sure there's a way that we can soften it up slightly for our customers. I don't think I'm asking for a great deal by deferring the implementation by 3 or 4 months. So, and it's before the heating season.
So your amendment is to delay it to December 1st?
That's right.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Councillor Chapman, you've seconded. Thank you. Councillor Davey.
Yeah, thank you. I don't expect staff to have an answer to this right away, but can I get an idea of what can they ballpark what the financial impact of that might be? Because to be honest, I have no idea what I'm talking about in terms of dollars when we're just deferring it by a few months.
Mr. St. Louis or Mr. Lautenbach?
I'll defer to Mr. Lautenbach as that answer because I don't have that information in front of me.
Thank you. Mr. Lautenbach?
So I can't say what the exact amount is. What I would point to is that what we are projecting is the reserve would go into a negative. So it would be significant enough that it would put us in a position where we would have a significant rate increase in the following year to have to make that up. So what's being proposed today in terms of the rates that are in front of you is to ensure that we have that ability to deal with this market volatility through this year and continue to monitor it as we go into next year and make adjustments as we might need to. But it will help to avoid any type of rate shock that would occur without, if we didn't move ahead with this, that would be the outcome.
Okay, can I make a brief comment then, Mr. Mayor, as well?
Yeah, go ahead.
I really do appreciate where Councillor Gazzola is going and trying to keep the gas rates lower, but my fear in going in this direction, and there's in all my years of looking at the budget, nothing concerns me more than hearing the term negative reserve, because what that really means is if rates keep accelerating, as they very well could be, given the conditions of the world, we could just be putting our residents in the way of an even greater rate shock going forward, where clearly staff is doing their best to try and mitigate it at this point. So while I appreciate where Councillor Gazzola is going, I can't support it.
Okay, thank you. So it has been moved and seconded.
Can I respond to that? No.
Okay, I mean,
Over the years, I've watched that reserve go up and down and sideways. And I don't think all of a sudden by giving our customers a few extra months, it's not going to put our utility company into bankruptcy. And when I looked at the financial statements of our total organization today to see we have a cumulative surplus of $1.7 billion, 1.7 billion, not million. That blew me away. So yes, I have kept a keen eye on that supply stabilization reserve for years. And as I say, I've seen it go up, down, sideways, every way. So I'm just asking for a little bit of reprieve for our customers. I'm going to ask for a recorded vote.
Okay, thank you. I will take a recorded vote, but before I do, because it's my understanding that in fact we already have built into this a certain reprieve. Mr. Chapman, can you answer that for me?
Through the mayor, I would refer council back to the graph. I think it tells the story very well. The forward curve is projecting the rates, or that the cost of gas could hit 50 cents per cubic meter. That's 10 times higher than the recent low of 5 cents per cubic meter. The rate we're recommending is 21 cents. Enbridge is at 31 cents. We could be heading towards 50 cents a cubic meter. And if we have a deficit in the reserve, that increase would be even higher. So by trailing Enbridge by 10 cents and the forward curve by upwards of 30 cents, our view is that there is a break already built in, and there is a risk that rates could need to go significantly higher.
Okay, thank you for that information. A recorded vote has been requested. Ward 1, Councillor Davey.
I'm opposed.
Ward 2, Councillor Schneider.
I'm opposed.
Ward 3, Councillor Gazzola.
In favor.
Ward 4, Councillor Michaud.
Opposed.
Ward 5, Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
I'm opposed.
Ward 6, Councillor Singh.
I'm opposed.
Ward 7, Councillor Ioannidis.
Opposed.
Ward 8, Councillor Johnson.
Opposed.
Ward 9, Councillor Chapman.
Opposed.
Ward 10, Councillor Marsh.
Opposed.
And the mayor is opposed as well, so the motion does not carry. Councillor Gazzola, back over to you to finish off the committee of the whole.
Yes, thank you. Let's see. Those are all the items that are on the agenda.
Through the chair.
Madam Clerk, yeah, are there others?
Yeah, I apologize. We do need the natural gas rates to be passed. Right now, the amendment failed, so we didn't have a mover. So if you could get them a mover for the staff recommendation, and we can vote on the gas rates.
All right, thank you very much. Would someone like to move that? Moved by Councillor Singh. Do we need a seconder?
Through the chair, not in committee of the whole, just a mover.
Okay, so the motion's before us. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. Now, Madam Clerk, are there any other items to come before the committee?
Through the chair, there is one item arising out of caucus, but not for committee of the whole.
Okay, so that's.
I will share my screen.
So that's it for the committee of the whole?
Sorry, through the chair, there's the one caucus item, which is on the screen.
Okay, and that to be dealt with that here. Can someone from staff just read it out for the sake of, so that everyone that might still be watching?
Sure, through the chair. So the resolution arising from closed session earlier today is that the terms and conditions contained in the memorandum of settlement dated June 8th, 2022 to establish the 2022 to 2025 collective agreement with QP Local 68 Civics be approved, and that the terms and conditions contained in the memorandum of settlement dated June 8th, 2022 to establish the 2022 to 2025 collective agreement with QP 68 Mechanics be approved, and further, that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute documentation arising therefrom.
Okay, now, there were no terms really mentioned. Is it not possible to just to let the public know what was approved in terms of wage increases that have been agreed upon, and also the fact that it's a long-term agreement? Can someone from HR not just say a word about that, just to let the public know clearly?
Through the chair, I can comment. Oh,
And I was just going to say, Chair Gazzola, typically it would be after council's ratification vote that we would share that detail. So I believe Ms. Robb, after council votes in the affirmative, can share the highlights.
Okay, okay, sorry about that. So are there any questions about this recommendation? If not, all those in favor? Any opposed? It's carried. Okay, now, Mr. Robb, can we have a little bit of an explanation as to what we approved?
Sure, thank you. Through the chair, we have negotiated a 4-year deal with both QP 68 Civics and QP 68 Mechanics. For QP 68 Civic, it's a 4-year deal with wage increases averaging 2.09% per year over the course of the agreement. And with QP 68 Mechanics, it's a 4-year deal with wage increases averaging 2.19% over the term. And both of those agreements also include modest benefit enhancements in things like paramedical services, adjustments to standby and shift premiums, and enhancement to safety, footwear, clothing, and tool allowances.
Thank you for that. Are there any other items that come before the committee? There are 2 information items, 12.3, disconnecting from work policy, and 12.3B, grant update 2020 and 2021. So having said that, it has been moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Chapman, that the proceedings and the recorded pecuniary interests and conflicts taken in the meeting of the Committee of the Whole held this date as attached hereto and forming part of these minutes be the same and are hereby adopted and confirmed.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Motion for third reading of the bylaws. Councillor Chapman, Councillor Schneider, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And before we adjourn, just 3 quick little things. Number 1, first of all, thank you to everyone. We had a long agenda this evening, and just want to thank everyone for your indulgence and for your collaborative efforts to get through it. Number 2, our square is slated to finally reopen in 9 days. And our first event will be Canada Day celebration on July the 1st. And the last one is on, for members of the viewing public, and I want to make sure I give the right date before I do this now. On Saturday, August the 13th, we will be having the official reopening of Carl Zare Square as an event, and all sorts of events in the meantime. So I just want the viewing audience to be aware of that. And with that, I will take a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Michaud and seconded by Councillor Ioannidis. All those in favor? Opposed?